Committee on Administrative Rules and Regulations will be called to order, and want to note that we do have some members on WebEx this morning. That would be Senator Faust Godot, Senator Tyson, and Representative Sutton. So thank you for joining us here in the committee meeting room and for joining us on WebEx as well and online for those following along online. We have a full agenda today, so want to get started right away with the Office of the State Fire Marshal. And we have on my list appearing today, who I suppose isn't here today. So I will ask you, we have Brenda McNorton as appearing.
Brenda.
Okay, I figured not. So, but please do introduce yourself and welcome to committee.
Thank you very much. No, this is my first time before the committee, so looking forward to understanding this process a little better. My name is Mark Engholm. I'm the newly appointed State Fire Marshal. This is week 11. I figured after this week, I can say I've been there 3 months. I don't have to go by week anymore. So looking forward to getting this testimony taken care of. So I'm here to talk to you about.
Can you make sure your microphone is on? Is the microphone on?
It is, but I'm probably just not.
There we go. We want to make sure those online can hear as well. Thank you.
So we're here to discuss 3 different.
Could you repeat your name a little bit too? It was a little bit muffled.
I apologize. Mark Engholm, Enghom.
Okay, go ahead and proceed. Thank you.
Okay. So we have 3 items to discuss with you this morning, and they're all related to some of the issues we're having, or several of them are related to some of the issues we're having in general with our fire codes being very outdated. We're still operating under a 2006 code. So as I've told other legislators, imagine the world before the iPhone and all the things that have come since then. That's where we're at. And we're working very hard to get that.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Isn't by state statute required that you update them every 3 years?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
No?
There is a, so they do change every 3 years. Most, I don't know that there's any requirement in statute that we update it every 3 years. I know most municipalities and such do not do that. They generally do it every 6 years of it. And we have been in the process, my understanding is, for the last 3 years, trying to go to the 2018 code. But that is still, it seems to be cutting in and out. That's still tied up in the process of review at this time.
Okay, may I ask, what is the delay from? It seems kind of strange that you're still doing 2006 and you're just trying to get to 2018.
I agree. I don't think that there's, honestly, I can't defend it. We are way, way behind, and I don't know why that is. I wasn't here for that portion or that decision. I would say that there's, as you're well aware, the rules and regulation process can be kind of onerous, especially when we're dealing with such large and very complex codes in development. So with the change in administrations with the Attorney General's office and some things that happened there, that process maybe didn't move as quickly as it normally would. We've re-engaged with them since I've come to this office, and I feel good about at least the process it's making. We have also started already our staff working on the 2024 adoption. So that code was just released. So we'll start that process now, and I'm hoping it won't take us 3 or 4 years to get that in place. This is right now and I don't want to take a lot of your time. I understand that you have, this is a major issue for us, and it's a major issue in how we work with our locals and how we integrate on so many different issues. The childcare issue is huge right now because of the problems we're dealing with between us on the 2006 and locals on the 2018. We've got to fix that, and
All right. I look forward to lots of work from you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we have one more question before we proceed. Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, this Capitol runs on gossip, and that you hear a lot of things around here that sometimes don't pan out. I've been told that the problem with getting your regulations up to date has been that the 2018 code revisions were sent to the Attorney General's office months and months ago, that they were then sent back with the Attorney General's recommended changes, that the changes were made, and that the regulations have been sent back to the Attorney General, where they have once again lied there for months. Do you know if that's the case?
I don't know those sort of details. I just know that that's been in the process for that long, and they do reside right now in the Attorney General's office.
Do you know of anywhere else that the regulations have been delayed? The reports I've received is that Division of the Budget has approved the regulations, that administration has approved the regulations, et cetera, but that the problem for literally months now has been getting approval and or action from the Attorney General's office. Is that true?
My understanding is it's been several years that it's been.
That was my understanding too. I did not want to over exaggerate. That's exactly what I've heard as well. I don't know if that's the case. I don't work over there, and that's just the gossip I had heard. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And I understand that Representative Wagner is having some difficulty getting on WebEx. If he could be sent the link, that would be helpful. Thank you. And then if you'll be able to notify us that he's online, we can announce that as well. Thank you. Go ahead and proceed.
Okay. Let's take up, if you don't mind, 22-8-5. This regulation is for the drawings of liquid petroleum gas facilities and for applications for those facilities. And we're proposing a restructuring of its subparts and removal of the $35 review fee. The rest of the regulation will remain and continue to provide detailed information to any LP facility making modifications to their existing facility.
Any questions from the committee? I'm not seeing any, so go ahead and proceed. Thank you.
Okay. Let me, if you don't mind, I'm going to take them out of order. Would that be okay? Because I think the one we're going to want to discuss is probably the one that's stuck in the middle there.
Go ahead.
Okay. So let's talk about 22-18-3. And this regulation applies to the construction requirements for school buildings. And we're proposing a removal of the spelled out building code year, and will instead use the codes adopted within 22-1-3. What this will do is, as we update 22-1-3, which is where our problem is, then it will automatically update this one. We won't have to update this code every few years to say that new year in it. It will just refer back to what is in 22-1-3. It'll just provide better continuity through our regulations. But at the specific level, the change will require school buildings to meet the requirements of the International Building Code, which is adopted in that 22-1-3. And currently that code is at 2006. But we're in the process of amending it to 2018, and it is at the AG's office this time. Additional electrical wirings will be required to conform with the National Electric Code, adopted also in 22-1-3, and all modular, mobile, portable, or relocatable school buildings. Oh, okay.
No, go ahead and proceed.
On my side, I'm sorry.
No, it's not.
Okay. Will be required to conform with the life safety code. So everything will refer back to like the mother code of 22-1-3, and we won't have to go into each one of these individually every 3 or 6 years and change the year number in the regulation.
Yes, Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This proposal concerns me. I've sat on this council or this committee for several years, and as far as I know, the Attorney General's office has never approved having automatic updates of codes that we always have to specify which edition. I see you raise your finger, so perhaps you can help me out here.
Yes. So all this does is within the KAR. So in 22, because we're switching, I'm sorry, 22-18, it would just refer 22-18 back to 22-1-3. 22-1-3 will be where we're adopting that, and it'll just
I'm
simplify
on
the
track.
process.
That satisfies my concern. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, so let's move on. So the final one we have for you is 22-18-2. And this regulation applies to fire drills, tornado drills, and crisis drills in public and private educational institutions. We're proposing changes to match the statutory requirements set out in KSA 31-133 parts A5, A8, and A12, which include the following. Fire drills, the monthly fire drill requirement will be discontinued. Instead, 4 fire drills will occur each year during regular school hours. These fire drills will be unannounced. Each person shall evacuate, and the administrator of the school shall account for their pupils, and records should be kept and posted for review on those. So instead of dictating to the schools, they will do 1 per month, which becomes difficult. It'll allow them some more latitude of where they do that during the school year. The next change is in tornado drills. Instead of 3 drills a year, it requires 2 tornado drills to occur each year, and those also shall be unannounced. Schools are to use a means of alerting that is different from a fire alarm or a crisis alarm, and schools are to have a refuge for their students worked out in advance with their local emergency manager. So that brings them into the discussion of what areas of the school students can shelter in. And the records would be kept and posted for the public to see. The final changes in crisis drills. There'll be 3 crisis drills each year in public and private schools and educational institutions. There is an exception in there. It does not include colleges, universities, and community colleges, much because of the changes every day in the students and the classes and everything else. It's just there's not that. It just wouldn't work. What works at 10 o'clock in one day wouldn't work 10 o'clock the next day. So these drills will occur during the regular school hours and be unannounced. It will include all floors, wings, and sections of the school building, and schools will use a means of alerting that is different from a fire alarm or tornado alarm. The fire marshal will have the opportunity to provide a variance to an administrator pursuant to KSA 31-136 on a number of manners of drills conducted for students receiving both special education or those sort of related services at the school.
Thank you. I have a question regarding subsection A and the last couple of sentences of subsection A, where it has been stricken that the requirement of filing with the state fire marshal at the end of the school year, the reporting to the fire marshal was stricken, as well as the responsibility in this regulation anyway of school boards that the school board maintain the fire alarm system in each school. So do we have those elsewhere that reporting is required and maintenance by the school boards?
Yes, and that's so going back and trying to consolidate so we don't have pieces of this all over in the regulations. Again, that would be covered. The fire alarm, for example, would be covered in the fire code itself. Okay, and the issue of them having to send it, what we're asking instead is that they maintain that record and they post it when our inspectors or the local fire departments that are under our MOUs that we go in and do their inspections. That is part of their annual inspection process. It just takes one less requirement off the schools to have to submit those. Our folks will see them at the school facility when they do the inspection.
I can't imagine it would be that much of a burden to submit a report at the end of the year to the state fire marshal, but I suppose as long as the report is being kept somewhere, but.
Well, maybe I misspoke. I think the other part of that is imagine all the schools in the state all submitting reports that we have to staff in the office to maintain and organize those reports, where having them out there with our inspectors is just an easier process, makes things more streamlined at our level also.
And the inspectors do confirm that the report is on site in the districts?
They will with this change.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other questions? I'm not seeing any. So
Thank you very much.
thank you very much. Oh, one more, Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think you have another regulation on the back page. And then I have a few questions as well in addition. 22-18-3 construction requirements for school buildings.
Yeah.
You did it first. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I took them out of order.
Okay, that's all right. I do have a few questions. I understand from various healthcare providers that you're equipping your inspectors with body cameras. Is that correct?
Since 2021, the office has had body worn cameras used by our personnel. Yes.
Okay, well then when the healthcare associations asked you to adopt reasonable rules and regulations consistent with the provision for this act of 31-133, how does the use of body cameras on healthcare setting in these inspections? I mean, it's not fire, explosion, hazardous materials. They're concerned deeply that confidentiality will be breached and HIPAA will not be followed because their residents are being videotaped.
Okay. So let me back up just a little bit. So, and I think this is a larger probably discussion than we want to get into here. But I will say, as far as HIPAA is concerned, we've had discussions both with our staff, attorneys, and with the attorneys of the health associations, with the hospital association, for example, and they agree that there's no HIPAA issue. If there's a HIPAA issue, it would, if there is a HIPAA issue, a privacy issue, it would be there regardless of whether our folks have a body worn camera or not. If they're seeing things they shouldn't see, there's a HIPAA violation. So regardless of whether the camera's there or not, is not. The other part of that is HIPAA does not apply to personnel who are not employed by or controlled by the hospital. As we are outside that and our inspectors are going into facilities and doing inspections, there's a protocol we follow to make sure that we're watching all the different privacy issues. But if you like, we could definitely discuss it more offline if that would be better.
No, I would like to. I think there's just a very reasonable caveat you could add is to turn it off when you're walking through residence areas.
Here's the problem with turning off a body worn camera in this day and age. So what we have agreed with those facilities is we always follow a member of their staff. They clear the way ahead of us. And if any of our folks come into contact with a patient or whatever else, they turn away and wait for them to go by. We do not go into any rooms where there are patients being treated, anything like that. We don't go behind the nurses' station and sit there and look at their board that they have up with information. We've worked very closely with the hospital association and the hospitals to make sure that these concerns been taken care of. But again, I can definitely discuss the problem with us turning cameras on and off in this day and age, in the days post 2020 for law enforcement, is that there's automatically, if that camera goes off, an assumption that they are guilty in anything that happens during that time period. If someone was coming into your business and they, or your whatever it is, and turned the camera off during that time, and then you made an allegation, why did they turn the camera off? The policy says it's always on. See what I'm saying? And we end up in kind of this, we either have to record everything or we record nothing. So that's kind of what we're stuck in, unfortunately, this day and age. And I'd love to talk to you more on this side of that.
I'd love to hear more about it, and I don't want to keep our committee tied up, but I see there's a real problem, and I think the Hospital Association also has a problem with it too. So the rest home. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I have just a follow-up question for you on that. And then we have a question waiting online as well. When the fire marshal or an inspector makes an unplanned or unannounced inspection, is a warrant required for that?
No, state statute says that any building in the state of Kansas must be open for inspection by an inspector at any time during normal business hours when it's a reasonable time. There's no requirement. We can go get an administrative a search warrant if they were denied entry, but that rarely ever happens.
Thank you. And then we have a question from Senator Faust Godot.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too have a follow-up question. So, what was the original reason to implement the wearing of the body cams? I think you said back in 2021. What was the original intent behind that? Thank you.
Thank you. So my understanding, and I obviously wasn't here or part of that decision-making process, but we are a law enforcement agency. We have both full-time law enforcement officers who are out, are fully trained, are the same level of, or actually are expert witnesses in fire investigation that go out. Then we also have our inspectors who are limited law enforcement. They go out, they don't have the power of arrest, but they have the power to note violations of law, which we then enforce through the state statute. So I think it was the same sort of thing. The issue in law enforcement in general, it is becoming the standard to have body worn cameras. So I'm just making a guess and going through common sense that the decision was made on what is the difference? Do we have part of our staff with body worn cameras and part not with body worn cameras, or do we have them all and be consistent? And that's my belief as to why it was done, but I wasn't part of that decision process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Another question from Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How long do you keep these tapes of on the body cam, and do you have a secure place to keep them in the meantime?
Yes, great question. So, and we could discuss more on offline if you like, specifically how we do that. But right now, they're only being retained for 30 days, and they're only looked at if there is a complaint raised. If there's a complaint raised against one of our staff, I will tell you that we had one recently in which our staff went into a restaurant, did an inspection, and had to do a no cook order because of dangerous conditions in there. And the allegation was made to our office that it was being done because of race, that our inspector was acting out only because of race and had made racial remarks during that inspection. Immediately when we look at that, it clears that issue, and we don't have to then go into all the different directions of he said, she said, or whatever else. It completely cleared that inspector, and we were able to move on with the underlying violations.
I'm just worried about the security.
Oh, I'm sorry. So yes, we are a criminal justice agency. All of our files are kept to the level of the criminal justice information record. They are maintained in there, and then they're right now deleted after 30 days. That may change. I believe we're going to a newer system that will automatically do that and retain it. And I believe the standard is usually now 5 years because of the statute of limitations.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you. I don't see any more questions. So great job on your first hearing in front of the committee here. And thank you for the presentation and the answers as well.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Committee, next we will be hearing from the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. And at least on the agenda, we have appearing William Carr, Assistant Director, Bureau of Water. So please introduce yourself and welcome to committee.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair. My name is William Carr. I'm the Assistant Director for the Bureau of Water, the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. Thank you for the time, opportunity to present these proposed changes for KAR 2816-113 and 2816-114. These regulations deal with the Kansas Water Pollution Control Revolving Fund, which in partnership with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, we provide lower interest loans to Kansas municipalities to improve wastewater infrastructure. In 2014, federal statute was changed that removed the restriction of these loans to only being 20 years. To the extended term, you can make them up to 30 years. In response to that federal change and in response to Kansas municipalities' desire to have the ability to borrow money for longer terms, the KSA 653326 was changed by legislature last legislative session to remove that 20-year restriction and replace it with a 30-year restriction on those loans. With the extended loan period change in the statutes, the Kansas Water Pollution Control Revolving Fund needs to eliminate the restriction that's found in the regulations for that, and also to amend the regulations to allow us to use different interest rate calculation for those extended term loans. This is basically giving Kansas municipalities that use the program the opportunity and flexibility to choose between loan terms. I will note that we do have a public hearing scheduled for March 24th or 21st of this year. If it's appropriate, I can detail the first regulation.
I will ask for any questions from the committee at this point. I'm not seeing any, but I think that we can go ahead and proceed to the next regulation.
Okay. So first, 2816.113. I'll tell you the way the current regulation works is this deals with the calculation of how we set interest rates. It's based on 60% of the market index, and we consider the market being this index, a specific index that's calculated weekly. We take a 3-month average of that. What this proposed change does is we still use that same index as the market rate, but this allows us to set the interest rate, the percentage of that market rate, based on the length of the term, and that will be established in our intended use plan, which is an annual document we produce that basically says, okay, here's what we plan to do for this year. I'll tell you, this is how our sister program in the drinking water loan program, this is exactly how we set the interest rates for those longer term loans also. The intent, we will still keep 20-year loans at 60% of the market. 30-year loans will be at 70% of the market rate.
Go ahead. I'm not seeing any questions.
Okay. Next regulation, 2816.114. Two changes in this. First change, the current regulation says you have to start principal repayments either within 2 years of the first loan disbursement or 1 year after the project's completed. The first proposed change for this regulation is we're striking that requirement that you have to start principal repayments within 2 years of first disbursement. We're keeping the provision that you have to start repayment at least 1 year after the project is complete. The second change is actually deals with the statute change. We're actually changing the limit of the loan term of 20 years and replacing it with 30-year repayment schedule.
Why the change in the requirement that principal and interest payments shall begin not later than 2 years after receipt of the first loan installment?
We run into a lot of problems. The loan program, we will provide financing for design and construction. So we will execute a loan for the whole project before the project's even designed. And it's pretty common for us to run into issues to where, by the time the project's designed, and sometimes it takes a year to design a project, sometimes it takes 2 to 3 years to build a project after that design. And so we were forcing municipalities to start principal repayments before the project was even halfway constructed. And so, we've got a lot of frustrated municipalities for that, and so we determined it wasn't really a risk. That it gives us the flexibility. Now we still try to encourage municipalities to start repayments earlier if they can. But this gives them also the flexibility to not have to enact those rates until the project is complete.
So it could be a 5-year project and no payment at all is required until year 6
Well, be no
per this
principal payment.
change.
There's always interest and service fees that accrue, and
They're accruing, but nothing has to be repaid until a
every
year.
6 months they have to make it an interest payment. Now they can choose to capitalize those interest payments into the loan if they have, the loan amount can accommodate that. But yes, now there are, and this is a case by case basis, but yes, I would be reluctant to just let someone go 5 years without making a principal payment, especially if it's a big project. But this gives us the flexibility to work with that municipality and figure out, okay, at one point, can you start repayments? And do we need to make them level, or do we need to ramp them up in a certain period?
Well, I understand you could make the request, but there's nothing, if this regulation becomes effective, that there's nothing you could require any payment until, on principal and interest, until 1 year after completion of the project, if I'm reading this correctly. And maybe I'm not understanding the change, but you are taking out that the first loan installments will be received by the municipality, but no requirement that anything be paid back until, again, a year following completion of the project. It just seems a long.
The way the regulation reads is that 1 year after project completion, you can't exceed that. Now, we still have the authority to make whatever terms and conditions in the loan that we need to. So we could make a term and condition in the loan that says, yes, even though you're not exceeding that 1 year after project completion, we need you to start repayments earlier.
I guess my point is this seems like a policy type decision rather than a regulation to be decided administratively. So, but we run into this problem a lot with rules and regulations that we hear proposed, policy changes that haven't been heard through the legislative process. So it's just a little bit concerning on this one. But yes, we have a question online from Senator Tyson. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would echo your concerns. I think this is, I think they're overreaching on this. I don't understand why they would delete it. Especially somebody that's financially conservative, I would think they should start making the payments as soon as possible. So thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Yes, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I am reading this first sentence that says all principal and interest shall be repaid in accordance with the terms and conditions of the executed loan agreement. So that does give the agency the opportunity to make additional requirements. It would be helpful if the regulations split principal payments from interest payments so that you could, I think one of your answers was that you do require those interest payments. So perhaps it should say principal payments shall not begin later than 1 year following, and interest payments will begin at a certain time. I do know that these municipalities I was on the committee that heard this change to the 30 years. It's going to be very helpful to a lot of municipalities because everyone always thinks their water bill is too expensive as it is. So breaking this out, and also if I were a water customer, I wouldn't want to be paying for new services that have not been put in place.
I just want to make a comment. I believe it's a little bit misleading to say that, well, we can go back and change the loan agreement to change required payment dates, because per the regulation, you've got terms and conditions of the executed loan agreement. So you have the loan in place with the terms, and unless it's agreed to at the beginning of the loan, when the loan was agreed to, you can't in the middle of the executed loan agreement period make additional payment requirements unless both sides agree to go back and revisit the terms of the contract. So I believe it's a little bit misleading to suggest that the department could require any sort of change on repayments that isn't already in the executed loan agreement, if I'm correct. Or
Yeah, so when we execute a loan agreement, like I said, we will execute a loan agreement before the project's even designed. We make some assumptions of when that project's going to start construction, when it's going to finish construction, and set that first repayment date based on those assumptions in the executed loan agreement. So if those assumptions don't pan out, the city's still committed, the municipality is still committed to making that first repayment where the loan agreement says it is. And so then it becomes right, something's happened, we negotiate with the city says, can we push that back? We try to work something out after that. But yes, that first repayment date is already set when we execute the loan, even though construction hasn't started.
thank you. Are there other questions? Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I disagree with my colleagues. I think this makes perfectly good sense. It appears to me that it's well within the statutory authority that we granted you all, and the attestation of the Attorney General in the approval of these regulations stands for the proposition that it is within the legal authority that the legislature granted. And if we don't like the authority we granted, then we need to bring a bill and go through the legislative process and change the quote unquote policy. But as I understand it, the way this works, you execute a loan agreement within the parameters of what's allowed by the law and the regulation. And then if during the course of construction, for example, unanticipated delays occur, accordingly, the cash flow isn't there from the new facility to pay on the loan. The agency has the discretion, but not the requirement, to work with the borrower, the municipality or the water district or whomever it is, and adjust the payment terms to meet those circumstances. Is that generally how it works?
Yes, it is.
And so that does away with the need, for example, for a municipality, if there's a delay in the project, to try to find some sort of interim financing to start making payments on the loan for the construction. Rather, you can adjust the payment arrangements. Eventually, there'll be more interest paid in the end if you extend the beginning date. But that's all allowed for in both the law and the regulation that you propose.
That is correct. And I will mention that is one of our strongest marketing aspects for people to use this program, is that we have that flexibility, and they don't have to go and find interim financing to use it.
That was exactly my next question. A different funding model would, of course, be to make what, at least in the commercial sector, is known as a construction loan, where you take out one loan and you pay on, you take incremental draws as construction progress payments as construction is completed, and then you go back and you negotiate or obtain a permanent loan after construction is completed. But I think the way this is done, it's all as part of one loan package, and accordingly, there are certain efficiencies for both your department and the municipality or whatever that takes out the loan by having the flexibility.
Yes, that is true.
Makes perfectly good sense to me, Madam Chair.
I will also mention that our sister program, the Drinking Water Loan Fund Program, we changed this regulation about 3 years ago for that program also. That kind of surprises me that did not come up last time.
And my community is very grateful, I'm from Wichita, for what's been done to help us build our new water plant. And that flexibility is going to save my constituents a lot of money, and I thank you all for it.
Committee, any other questions? Okay, we got to your two.
That's the only two.
Okay, great. Then you're all off the hot seat if I don't see any more questions, which I don't. So thank you very much for coming to committee and presenting and answering questions today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Committee, we are on track and on time, so appreciate that. And want to then, next, we will be hearing from the Kansas Department of Revenue, David Harper, Director, Division of Property Valuation. So please introduce yourself and welcome to committee.
Good morning. I am David Harper, Director of Division of Property Valuation for the Kansas Department of Revenue. And we are in front of you today on three administrative regulations, 9362, 9363, and 9365. All three of these pertain to what is known as the Register Mass Appraiser designation and deal with qualifications for our Kansas County appraisers. So I thought it appropriate I give a little background why we're here that pertains to all three, and then walk through the regs just to highlight and summarize what the changes are in each. So, we'll be referencing KSA 19430, and in this statute, it requires the Secretary of Revenue to issue rules and regs for the Registered Mass Appraiser designation. And 19430 also specifies what the qualifications are for an individual to be appointed as a Kansas County appraiser. And 19430 states that to be appointed as a Kansas County appraiser, you must have 3 years of appraisal experience, and you must hold one of two appraisal designations. And those designations are a general appraisal certification from the Kansas Real Estate Appraisal Board, or the RMA, the Registered Mass Appraiser from the Department of Revenue. Just want to highlight that there is some distinct differences between the two designations and the two agencies. So the Kansas Real Estate Appraisal Board, their primary duty is to license appraisers for financial type transactions. So they're doing the single property appraisal licensing for the appraisers who would come out. The bank would send out to appraise your property for a mortgage or refinance or those type of transactions. The RMA was created back in 1997 by the legislature to address the training qualifications and training path and experience path for an individual to serve as a Kansas County appraiser. It was mainly created because the Kansas Real Estate Appraisal Board changed their qualification requirements. So their experience requirement back in 97, they changed to where only 50% of the hours could come from mass appraisal or come from county appraisers' experience. So that took away a path for an individual in a county appraiser's office to achieve a designation to move up and become a county appraiser. So that's why the RMA was created. Reason for our recommendations for our changes to the regulations came about from two changes to 19430. So in 2021, excuse me, the legislature changed the policy to where all courses that would qualify for the Registered Mass Appraiser had to be approved by the Kansas Real Estate Appraisal Board. So that went in effect in 2021 and 2022. PVD, property valuation, we offer about 30 classes. We offer multiple times through the year for about 900 students a year. We went through the process with the Real Estate Appraisal Board where you have to submit an application for each course and a minimal fee for each course. And the result was not all the courses were approved, primarily because Kansas Real Estate Appraisal Board is just that, real estate only. So some of our courses the county appraiser needs, such as personal property courses, property tax law, oil and gas, those type of courses were not approved. So we came back in 2023 and requested a change just to simply say approved education must either be approved by the Kansas Real Estate Appraisal Board, or they must be a course that's developed and offered by property valuation to relate specifically to appraisal work that county appraisers do. So that's where we're at. Our three regs. 9362 deals with the qualifying education for the Registered Mass Appraiser. You can see there's quite a few cross outs on the first page. What this basically does is remove references to individual courses and individual course providers. Primary reason for that is we do not know what courses are going to be submitted every year to the Real Estate Appraisal Board and what ones are going to be approved. So we remove those specific references and just group these into what we call appraisal topic modules. So you have the option of taking so many hours from appraisal principles, so many hours from appraisal procedures. And this is consistent with the way the Kansas Real Estate Appraisal Board lists their qualifying education and the way they group that. So that's the changes there. We do continue to require you must take the Kansas Property Tax Law course, and you must take the USPAP Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice course. But the rest, you can select. The candidate can select courses from those modules.
Thank you. I have a quick question in subsection A. It's been changed from the requirement of the successful completion of a written exam to a comprehensive exam. Could you talk about that for a minute?
Yeah, and all our exams are written. That I'm not sure of the impact on that. I think that was more of an attorney's recommendation, our attorney's recommendation as we work through this, and just to make sure it is a true exam that tests your full knowledge of that subject. So I think it was just a wording change.
Well, it certainly
open
wouldn't.
to suggestions on
It
that.
could be an oral exam with this new change and not written, correct?
It could. So yeah, yes.
And is there any review by the board about what the exam entails if it's an oral exam? And how do we make sure that if we're requiring successful completion, that we have evidence of it's a robust requirement that you not only sit through the hours of the classes, but you've actually understood and the material?
I'm not aware of any courses that allow an oral exam. And I can speak specifically to our courses. They are all a written exam.
Well, then I'm wondering why the change, but here we sit. So, okay, if there aren't any other questions for now, then go ahead. Yes, Representative Penn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here today. Before we got away from this particular piece, I know you got a lot on your plate. Just three quick questions, if I will. The things that you have marked out here, crossed out, were they necessary for these courses at these hour loads?
They can still be taken.
No, I'm asking, were they necessary in order to create and develop and train and produce an appraiser that's squared away, if you will, on what Kansas needs to have as an appraiser? These necessary.
These courses or their equivalent, yes.
Or their equivalent.
Report, okay. Yes.
So is there any certainty that you have that the module formula that you said that you are proposing, that it includes these same courses, same course load? Do they match?
Yes, they do. Each of these courses would fit into one of those modules.
Okay, so with the changes that you're proposing, at least in this section, we could have assurance then that you're producing the same caliber of appraiser then?
Yes, and some of these that were struck are still listed down below. Like I said, we still require that they successfully complete the Kansas Property Tax Law course, the Uniform Appraisal Practice course. So yes, I think we have assured that the qualifications requirements are there.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. For the public who might be following along, the requirement is completion of 200 hours of courses. What's the average length of time it takes to complete the 200 hours of courses to become a registered mass appraiser?
Typically I would say it takes 3 years. And there's also a experience requirement in 19430, which equates to about 3 years.
Have you explained already what a registered mass appraiser is, that it's a county-wide, or if you haven't explained, could you please explain briefly so that those following along can understand?
The registered mass appraiser is a designation that was geared towards the duties of a Kansas County appraiser. So it covers a wide range of topics from, they're just not doing real property appraisals. They're doing personal property appraisals. They're having to do appeals. They're having to manage the computer system on valuation. They're having to do oil and gas. They're having to do ag land at a use value instead of market value. So it's a designation specifically designed to meet the training needs for an individual in a county, working in a county that they would like to earn this designation and the opportunity to eventually at some point be appointed as a Kansas County appraiser.
I don't see any requirements in oil and gas law or anything here, or different types of land use other than just the general principles, I suppose. And if you're a registered mass appraiser for a county, when residents in Kansas who own real property in Kansas get their yearly appraisal from the county, because each county has an RMA, is that correct?
Each county appraiser would either hold the RMA or the general appraisal designation.
So when each Kansas property owner gets their yearly appraisal from the county of the value of their land, it's not the RMA has come driven by each parcel and assigned the value. It's the RMA is sitting there in a computer generated program. I'm just trying to get the process spoken here so that those following along can understand how it's applied in practice to the Kansans' actual piece of property.
So through the RMA program, the goal and what we're doing is providing the county appraiser the training to appraise these different types of properties. And as well, we offer a number of classes on the computer assisted mass appraisal system. We're valuing about 1.6 million real estate parcels a year. So what we do is a mass appraisal concept where you're not valuing one property at a time, but you're setting up valuation models. We provide a lot of training on that for the county appraisers, which then helps generate the values, which they review every year before, or their staff, does people they designate to review before those notices are sent.
So each property owner's property taxes are the result of this model?
The majority are, but not all. There's unique properties that aren't valued well through a mass modeling procedure where there's more of an individual appraisal, individual review. Typically, those are for your more complex, unique type properties. The modeling is most effective in residential property, especially in where you have neighborhoods with very similar type properties, and you can create very reliable models. But there is some individual, there's discretion to go outside the models and assign a value.
And that's, you got right to where I was trying to go. Thank you for that. In the more suburban areas and neighborhoods, it's all just an algorithm model for your particular parcel in general.
In general, but again, it's part of the process is going in and setting up those models so that the appraiser or their designee, they do what's called a multiple regression analysis. So they'll go in and do calculations to see what does an extra bathroom add in value, what does an extra garage add in value. So they review those models before they generate that value.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, on the second page of 9362, the cross out and change there mainly just to simplify and reference the current statute that all courses must be approved by the Kansas Real Estate Appraisal Board or PVD courses. I will mention, we went back and forth on how many specific courses to require. We tried to allow some flexibility. You mentioned the oil and gas. Oil and gas in Kansas is considered the personal property, so that personal property requirement there should include an oil and gas course if it's in a county where they have a large number of oil and gas properties. 9363 is similar, except this deals with the continuing education requirements. All right. And these are for 4-year cycles. So county appraiser is appointed for a 4-year term, and these continuing ed requirements apply for those 4-year terms. So we're currently in a term from 2021 through 2025. I will note at the bottom of the page, probably the most significant change there is the reliance on online education. Before, we limited the number of online courses that could be taken. Now online courses is kind of the norm in the appraisal industry, and a lot of education And there's new technology now. Most of the courses now, you have to have a camera on you, has to show your desk to make sure you don't have notes out there. So we removed that restriction or limitation on online courses to allow those to be fully count for your renewal. And on the second page on that, again, we just struck the.
Excuse me for just a moment. Representative Wassinger has a question.
I wanted to make sure I heard you correctly that you are eliminating any restriction to online courses other than what the subject matter is. Is that correct? We're mostly all moving to online.
Yes, in the past, we limited, in fact, no more than 21 of the hours could be for online courses. Now we've removed that. So all your continuing ed could be through an online course. They would still have to fall under, qualify for Kansas Real Estate Appraisal Board or our courses, but there's no limitation.
Thank you. It's nice to see that you're getting up to date.
We are.
Thank you.
COVID kind of prompted a lot of that, but yeah, we are.
Representative Penn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to be clear, when it comes to the online courses or the exams, there's still a proctor or some type of situation there. How do you manage that?
We have a proctor and we do ours through Microsoft Teams, and we require the student to have a camera on them, and then we have our proctor, our coordinator sits in there just like they do in the in-person classes. We have a monitor in there, so it's the same process, just virtual.
Thank you. Go ahead and proceed.
Yeah, in the second page of 9363, again, we're removing the reference to specific course providers and courses, and then again stating what's in the statute. 9365 deals with case studies. So for a person to earn the RMA, the Registered Master Appraiser designation, they also have to complete a case study on residential property and a separate case study on commercial property. And these changes are due to some feedback we got from students. It just extends the amount of time they have to take the test from 4 hours to 6 hours. And then if you can take the course, you can take the case study once. If you fail, you can immediately take it again, or you can take it again with no time restraint. After that, we were making people wait 6 months before they'd come back and take it. We heard from students that had to do that 6 months, they were basically starting over and having to start from scratch on their study and review. So we just limited that to 90 days. So if you fail it twice, a case study twice, you have to wait 90 days now before you'd come back and take it.
Thank you. Committee, any questions? Not seeing. Oh, yes, Representative Penn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is interesting to me. At the end of the 90 days, when they are allowed to take it again instead of 6 months, is there a different case study at that 90 days, or are they seeing the same material? They have to apply the same skills, I would imagine, over a different scenario.
No, we have multiple case studies. They're presented, and we actually did a request for proposals a few years ago to have those case studies reviewed and written by an outside agency. So yeah, there are multiple case studies. They would not see the exact same.
Thank you. And if there are no more questions, which I'm not seeing any, then thank you for your appearance today and for your testimony and your answers in front of the committee. Appreciate it. Thank you. Committee, we are going to take a break, not right now, but we're not going to go just straight through 4 hours. So yes, there will be a break. Yes, I thought that'd be appreciated, but we will be hearing next to try to keep us on time. Moving ahead here. We're hearing from the Board of Accountancy, Susan Summers, Executive Director. Please introduce yourself and welcome to committee.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I am Susan Summers. I am the soon-to-be retiring Director of the Board of Accountancy, and I'm pleased to appear for you for the last time today. So that either is going to be in my favor or against me, I'm not sure, but go ahead. The main reason that I'm here today is we've got 20 regulations to amend, but 18 of them are simply to remove any reference of a license that no longer exists, and that's the licensed municipal public accountant. So with that in mind, if you want me to start, I will start at the very beginning.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. 74-1-3. This is the regulation that applies to the CPA exam and the candidates and the length of time that they have to pass the exam. Currently, they have 18 months once they pass the first section of the exam to pass the remainder of the exam, which is 4 parts, by the way. We, in addition to the other 54 jurisdictions, are amending this to 30 months. I'm sure you've heard that there's a pipeline issue in several of the occupations and professions. We are certainly one of them. And so this is an effort to keep people engaged, keep them going, give them a little bit more time to pass the exam and enter the profession. Uh, 74-4-7, these are the continuing education requirements. These are just basically tweaks that we are doing to define what we mean by completion of continuing education. This was this was a recommendation of our attorneys because sometimes people have a tendency not to understand the rules, and so it has to be spelled out for them. So this is why we are putting this in this regulation, so that it's crystal clear when we ask you for proof of your continuing ed, this is what we mean. Pages are stuck together here. (74-4-8). These are the continuing education requirements, programs and requirements. We are tweaking this to include the registry number for the national organization for online and self-study courses. All online and self-study courses sponsors have to be approved by our national organization. This is just also adding that the certificate of completion or attendance issued by the course sponsor also include the registry number if it's required. We are also limiting the number of college credits to half of the required continuing education requirements. For reference, CPAs have to have 80 hours of continuing ed in 2 years. Currently, what we have done for years and never really changed it, is if you take a college course, you get 15 hours of continuing education credit for 1 semester hour. Well, typically 2 courses, you've got your 80 hours. And we found that over the years, education isn't what it used to be. You used to have to be in a classroom. You had to go to college. You sat in that class 3 times a week, for a semester. And so you actually earned those hours. Now you can zip through. And in addition to that, if you have a license to practice, you probably ought to be getting continuing education in the area in which you're practicing. So the board felt it responsible to the public to make sure that the continuing ed that people are getting is pretty much mirrored in their practice, but not completely eliminating the college credits. Okay. The 74-4-9 also includes the registry number for NASBA. That's the only change that's made to that requirement. And then the rest of them, the exception of the last ones, remove the definition, remove any reference to licensed municipal public accountant. I will explain that this particular form of licensure belonged to the Department of Administration, Division of Municipal Audits, even before I started, and I started in '96. So what they did was they decided as things progressed and the responsibility of the auditor became more enhanced, they wanted to switch that responsibility over to the CPAs, but also wanted to keep these people on as long as they wanted to, but make them a dying class. Well, eventually they finally retired or whatever. Well, sometimes they die, but anyway, they switched it over to us, and we took care of them for a long period of time, but now they're gone. So the rest of these regulations and 74-5, blah, blah, which is the Code of Professional Conduct, just remove any reference to that form of licensure. You want me to go through them individually, or you just want me to get to the ones we're revoking, or?
Just to the ones, you can just list, I suppose, the ones that are being revoked, or yes, we have a question from Representative Penn.
No, Madam Chair, I was going to say, if in the interest of time, if it's all right with the body, we can go ahead and skip through that part.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. we have the numbers in front of us of the 18 that you're revoking. If you just want to get to the two that sound like they have substantive affirmative changes, that would be appreciated.
Well, they aren't being revoked. They are just eliminating.
Eliminating the reference to,
the licensed municipal public accountant.
and it's understood that those 18 regulation changes are that.
Exactly.
Okay.
Then we get to 74-5-407 and 408. These two are being revoked from the Code of Professional Conduct, but they are being moved to a separate article. Again, this was a request of our attorneys. It's still a requirement to A in 407 cooperate with the board in an investigation, and B in 408 to notify us of any change of name or address or business or something like that. But the attorneys felt that, you know, a lot of times it doesn't rise to the level of willful, but it's still a violation. So to make it fair to everyone and easier, quite frankly, for us to prove, is to move it to a separate article outside of the Code of Professional Conduct. So that's what we did. So 74-5-407 and 408 now become 74-16-1, 74-16-2. And then the last 74-12-1 are fees. We're just removing any reference to the LMPAs again. And with that, I would be happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Penn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam, for being here, and congratulations on your retirement. Job well done. Quick question, going back to you, the part that you were discussing, I'm so sorry, I don't know the number of it, but you were talking about that you were getting rid of, oh, there we are, 74-48, taking away the hours of college credit. Swapping that out. Was there any thought toward practicum of someone actually going out and getting hours of hands-on experience? Does that also, if they were doing that within a college course, not just doing, as we heard before, an online course that you can breeze through, but actually putting in some work, is there an opportunity for them to get that credit?
No. Under the continuing education credits for CPAs, no. You can do that when you're in college, and you can do an internship at a CPA firm. And as long as you pay for the course, you can get internship credit on your college transcript for that. But no, after you pass the exam, you come as CPA, your continuing ed reverts to something else. We do also have a limit on the number of instructed hours to 50%, and also on personal development. We were finding that people were getting too much soft skills stuff, and it was laughter in the workplace was becoming a very popular course, we noticed. And I was getting a lot of laughter in my workplace, but it didn't exactly ring true. So we had, once in a while you have to put restrictions on things because they get a little bit too out of hand.
How is Kansas doing on the number of newly licensed CPAs? Are we behind? Do we need more? How are we doing as an industry there?
My generation is retiring. Some of them are dying. And just, that's the way it is. And because of that, there's no other generation behind us, let's face it, that is in numbers what we are. So we are all, the professions and some of the occupations are finding that there's a pipeline issue. As far as Kansas, we're running kind of true to form. The colleges will tell you that enrollment is down a little bit, but that's just true in the School of Business anyway. It kind of goes with the economy. When things are good, people do other things. When the economy is bad, they tend to lean more towards CPA, that kind of thing. Last year, we had 61 candidates that passed, and we had 532 that sat. It's a tough exam. It's a 4-part exam. And you take 3 parts, and then the 4th part is you can choose a discipline, whether it's audit, tax, or IT. But that's pretty true to form. But now my generation is retired. CPAs are like lawyers. They like to practice for a long period of time. 55, they don't retire. 60, they don't retire. 65, they don't retire. I had one that just retired and he was 92. So they tend to go on for a longer period of time. But now the 75 to 80-year-olds are retiring. And that's, interestingly enough, we have the same number of people between 65 and 80 as we do 25 and 40.
Well, thank you for the update, and thank you for your stewardship these last years since 1996, I think you said. So, and I hope you somewhat enjoyed your last presentation to the committee, but appreciate you being here and your information and your answers. Thank you. Yes, one last comment from Representative Penn.
Oh,
Oh, if committee wants to. Thank you. And with that, then we will move on to the Department for Children and Families. Oh, excuse me. We're going to go to Behavioral Sciences Regulatory Board and hear from David Fry, Executive Director. Please introduce yourself and welcome to committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Dave Fye, and I'm the Executive Director for the Behavioral Sciences Regulatory Board. Happy to be presenting this information to you today concerning some proposed changes to our regulations. We are a small agency that oversees 7 mental health professions, and I know the board is particularly excited about these proposed changes to regulations today. To kind of frame the different items that I'll be walking through, we oversee those 7 different professions, and we are charged by the legislature to be a public service and public protection agency. And primarily when we license individuals, most of those professions have a national accrediting body. And so if individuals get their education from a program that is nationally accredited, we're able to move those individuals through that process fairly quickly with most situations. However, we also have additional flexibility for licensure in Kansas. And so if individuals receive their education from a non-accredited program, there are some alternative requirements they can meet, and then those have been in the regulations for a number of years. However, with changes in technology and different things like that, the board has been reviewing those alternative requirements for licensure to see if we can modernize and change, given the prevalence, especially of online schools and different things like that. So kind of wanted to frame that as kind of the overall theme of a lot of these changes. And you'll see that there's 11 different proposed changes to regulations. Some of these items will be very similar. It'll just involve another profession. So I think I'll begin with the first one, which is KAR 102-2-6. And this regulation involves the social work profession, KAR 102-2-6. So currently, right now, as I mentioned, there's the education that is accredited by the national accrediting body. In this case, for the social work profession, it's an entity called CSWE, the Council for Social Work Education. For individuals who are coming from a program that is not accredited, they have alternate requirements to meet in the regulations. And historically, there has been a requirement that a portion of their coursework for social work, half of their coursework, if they came from a non-accredited program, would have to be met in residence, which has meant to be physically present at the school in front of the faculty. However, the board has put forward this change so that individuals can now satisfy this in-residence requirement, either in person at the school or by synchronous video conferencing. And so it adds some additional flexibility. So those individuals from non-accredited schools, while they are rare, they can meet that requirement now if they come from an online school, as long as half their coursework was face-to-face by screen instead of face-to-face in person. So
Before we move on, we do have a question from Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You will not find any surprise in my comment. We just heard from the Department of Revenue saying you can do online courses. And by slipping things into statute at the end of the last 2 years of session, you were forced to allow online students of social work to be able to get a license. And now you're back to either in person or by synchronous video conferencing for all the other ones. So my question I had for you yesterday as well as today, do we need to do another piece of legislation to have the BSRB move into the same area that everyone else in the world has done, particularly since COVID, allowing online?
and Madam Chair, I don't know that I would describe that that's what happened the last 2 sessions. I know that the board has been actively trying to provide more flexibility for licensure and has put forward legislation the last 3 years that to have opened up more flexibilities. For the social work profession, there are some uniquenesses. Their national accrediting body does take about 3.5 years to 4 years to accredit a program. And so there are students that are in a program that's something called candidacy to become accredited. And the item that was added last year in a bill provides a new way for us to give a temporary license to those applicants from the schools in candidacy. However, this is really for those schools that are not accredited. So individuals that are applying for licensure that are not from an accredited school, that's not from a school that's in candidacy. This would be for anyone that would fall into that other category from the non-accredited schools. And this would open it up because they could get these hours either in person or online. So they could get all these hours online. It would just have to be half of them face-to-face by screen.
The last 2 years of session, apparently we don't remember it the same. But I still think you're sidestepping online students. And you have to do it for social work. You have to do it for online students and social work, but there are a whole bunch of different ones here. And you continually do not put in anything about being able to complete coursework online. So I still have a problem. Did you in fact contact the Secretary of State to see if you could adjust these or amend these? Or the Attorney General's office?
And Madam Chair, this language here that we're adding would make it so that instead of having to be physically in person, they can get these hours by screen and face-to-face synchronous video conferencing. And so I did offer a pre-briefing to yourself, Madam Chair, and also to the Vice Chair, and I met with the Vice Chair yesterday. And I believe from your comments yesterday, you asked if there could be some additional language citing back to this definition change to make sure that people understood that it could be in person or by video synchronous video conferencing. And I did talk to the Secretary of State's office. They said those post-hearing changes, there's some discretion to the board, and they thought perhaps if the board would see it appropriate, that is something that they could put in as a reference citing back to this definition at the end, if that would be helpful.
And once again, I ask that you bring it to your board and then contact us and let us know what you've come up with. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, proceed.
And for this regulation, that is the only proposed change. It's really to enable this to be met through synchronous video conferencing, not just in person physically there at the school. And this would really just involve a small number of applicants. Most of the applicants we get for social work are from accredited schools or from those schools that are in candidacy for accreditation. The next regulation is 102-3-3A. That is educational requirements for a different profession. That is for professional counseling. And similar to what you saw in the previous regulation for social work, there is a change to the definition of in residence for professional counseling. Similarly, instead of it being for individuals who came from a non-accredited school, they would have to get half of their coursework in residence. And this changes the definition of in residence so instead of it just being physically there at the school, they could now do that either physically at the school or face-to-face by screen through the video synchronous conferencing. There's also been some discussion, while it has been rare, we have had some applicants that have come from programs that were not accredited, and the chair of their program did not hold a doctoral degree in professional counseling. One of the requirements that is included in Section F outlines the program requirements for these individuals from non-accredited schools. And F6 indicates that the person who is chairing or directing a program would have to have a doctoral degree in counseling. And so to provide more flexibility for applicants who came from programs where someone had a slightly different degree, there is now some additional language that would open it up so they could have a doctoral degree in professional counseling or a related field. And so that would help us be able to license a small handful of additional applicants if they came from a program where the person sharing it had a slightly different type of degree. The next item is KAR 102-4-3A.
Go ahead.
That is a regulation for the master's level psychology profession. And it also deals with the educational requirements. As I mentioned, most of the professions we regulate have a nationally recognized accrediting body, and that accrediting body really does vet the program requirements and the coursework requirements for those programs that go through that process. Master's level psychology is a bit more rare, and currently right now only 17 states license at that level. So there's not a widely recognized national accrediting body for master's level psychology. Some of the accrediting bodies do require certain ratio requirements concerning something called core faculty. However, the master's level psychology, there's no national accrediting body to look to that requirement. And so that advisory committee had a discussion of the importance of core faculty versus non-core faculty. And they came to the conclusion and forwarded this to the board, and it was a board recommendation as well, to remove the distinction between core faculty versus non-core faculty. And part of that rationale was if you can bring in experts to teach some of these courses, they may not qualify as core faculty, but that education may be beneficial too. It also provides some additional flexibility to license some additional applicants. Further, in this regulation, there is a requirement that the number of students to core faculty should not exceed 15 students to one core faculty member, with the core faculty definition just being opened up to any faculty members. That provides some additional flexibility if the program happened to be out of compliance with that. Now they could be in compliance with the 15 to 1 by any faculty member, and then we would be able to approve those individuals for licensure if that was the only thing keeping them back from meeting the requirements. The next item has to do with KAR 102-5-3, and that is for the marriage and family therapy profession. So with 102-5-3, similar to what you've seen for the others, there is a change to the definition of in residence. And so that should open it up for individuals who did not attend an accredited program. Also, for the marriage and family therapy profession, historically, those individuals who came from programs would have had to meet the in-residence requirement, whether they came from a nationally accredited program or they came from a non-accredited program. And so part of this was updating the definition to make it so that you could receive those hours face-to-face by screen, and then also changing this to be more consistent with the other professions so that if you came from an accredited program, the in-residence requirement would not apply at all. It would only apply to those individuals who came from non-accredited programs. So it has been moved from one section to another concerning that requirement. The next item is KAR 102-5-7B, and this is also in the marriage and family therapy profession. So for two of our professions, we have a process for someone to become a board-approved supervisor. And some of the language and the requirements to become a board-approved supervisor was a bit unclear. In section B1, the current language says that someone has to have hands-on practice in supervision consisting of 8 hours in the following topics. And what that has been held to be done has been basically to be supervising the person who's providing supervision to other people. So basically supervision of supervision. But the topic hands-on practice and supervision was a bit unclear. So some additional language has been added to clarify that this would be a time where an individual would be supervised while providing supervision to others. And then if you move to the next regulation, that is KAR 102-5-10, also for the marriage and family therapy profession, there is other language that has previously existed that said for this supervision of supervision to become a board-approved supervisor, that those hours could count up to a certain number for continuing education requirements. However, in the specific regulation for continuing education, it was not listed as a category to accrue hours. So this is more of sort of a bit of a cleanup to go ahead and add that hours would count towards potential continuing education hours for the 2-year license period. There is also a reference in the statutes that says that certain practitioners have to get 3 hours of ethics every 2 years. And also, if you're at a certain level of license, you have to get 6 hours currently of diagnosis and treatment for your license renewal cycle. However, the regulation did not specifically highlight that requirement of the diagnosis and treatment hours. And so that reference has been added to the regulation just to be consistent with the statute and highlight that. And just also to highlight this too, one of the items in the bill that passed last year stated that as of July 1st, 2025, that 6 hours in diagnosis and treatment will be lowered from 6 hours every 2 years to 3 hours every 2 years. So that is an upcoming change. But to be consistent with what is currently in law, this would reference the 6 hours that are currently required.
Thank you. We do have a question from Senator Faust Godot. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So with that additional 6 hours or recertification or training, is that done online or in person? Thank you.
So within each of the licenses, you have to get a certain number of continuing education hours every 2 years. And that ranges from 30 hours for our lowest level license levels to 50 hours for our PhD level licensed psychologist. These 6 hours would be included within those hours. And right now, all the continuing education for any of the professions can be done either in person or online. And there's also other activities that would qualify for that too. So you could currently get all of your hours for that online if you wanted to.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And that concludes the part about 102-5-10. So that was for the marriage and family therapy profession. And then we'll turn to the next set of regulations, and these have to do with the addiction counseling profession, beginning with KAR 102-7-3. And this is the educational requirement for addiction counseling. The first item you'll see is similar to what I've mentioned a few times before. There is a definition change for the in-residence term. Addiction counseling is a bit of a unique profession. There is not historically, prior to the last few years, been a recognized national accrediting body for addiction counseling. And a lot of states license addiction counseling in different ways. And sometimes some of these types of professions or positions are called something different state to state. So the board reviewed these regulations, attempting to add more flexibility, and if there were limitations, to re-examine those to see if they needed to be retained or if there could be some changes that could be made to modernize the requirements. So as I mentioned, the in-residence definition was changed to allow it to be either in person or by synchronous video conferencing. Additionally, while some individuals do go to a program specifically for addiction counseling, there are other individuals who receive courses in a related field and then have to do a certain amount of coursework specifically to addiction counseling. So the actual related fields, there was some language to add a definition for those related fields. It is not limiting. It basically says the related fields could include these, but it's not limited to just those. Also, as I mentioned, for some of the other professions, there's a national accrediting body, and individuals who get their education from those national accrediting bodies or a program accredited by the national accrediting body, we're able to move those people through the process fairly quickly. But with addiction counseling, currently, when we get new applications, if we're not familiar with that program, we have to have an expert evaluate the program and often the coursework to make sure it's substantially equivalent to what we require in our regulations. However, the advisory committee for the board heard some testimony from an individual from the National Addiction Studies Accreditation Commission, and that is an emerging accrediting body for addiction counseling programs. And so the board researched this accrediting body and decided that this would be appropriate to go ahead and recommend adding to the regulations so that if individuals attended a program accredited by the National Addiction Studies Accreditation Commission, we would be able to move those individuals through the process much more quickly than we're able to now from just individuals from other programs. So that has been added to the regulations for the bachelor's level, the master's level, and also the clinical level. There was also a review by the advisory committee and recommendations forward to the board that looked at the specific coursework and some of the items that were listed as requirements. Some of those are found throughout the regulation, but some of the terms were found to be limiting in terms of if a school had a program that didn't include that specific term, would that be something that might keep the person from being able to get licensed? And so there was some terminology changes to sort of open up some of those terms for individuals who attended some related fields like a marriage and family therapy type program, but wish to pursue addiction counseling. Additionally, back several years ago when addiction counseling became licensed, initially there were 2 levels of licensure. There was a bachelor's level and a clinical level, but after a few years, there was also a splitting out of a master's level addiction counseling license. And going through our regulations and trying to clean things up, we realized that there should be some more helpful references, splitting out some of the requirements specifically for that master's level and highlighting those. It has been in statute, but we wanted to go ahead and clean up the regulations to make sure those were splitting that out as well for the master's level license. And so some language has been added there specifically for the master's level to clarify that as well. And you'll see some of the same consistent changes because, as I mentioned, there's 3 levels of licensing. So some of that wording you'll see several times because of the different levels of license. I think I'll move next to KAR 102-7-4.
Yes, Representative Carmichael has a question. Go ahead.
Thank you. Pardon my ignorance. At page 4, down in subsection 2, we are removing substance use and substituting biopsychosocial needs. Can you tell me what let me read again, biopsychosocial needs are?
I can give a general description. I actually had a conversation on that topic with the assistant director and licensing manager yesterday. She was the one who actually drafted a lot of these regulatory changes. And from what I recall, the conversation, the specific addiction counseling programs do highlight specifically substance use. But as I understand that biopsychosocial needs terminology, I believe it's more of a holistic type approach. And so for some of those programs that would not be specific to addiction counseling, but would be in a related field, some additional things would qualify under that. But I'm happy to defer to Leslie Allen. She's the assistant director. I did kind of queue her up in case this question came up today, in case you have some additional questions on that terminology.
I'm not sure that my intellect would be capable of fully understanding it anyway. It's just about 1 o'clock this morning. I was flipping through this and that kind of caught my eye. Thank you for the helpful answer.
Is that term defined anywhere?
No, I don't believe there's a definition of biopsychosocial in the regulation.
Or statute?
I'm not sure if it's defined in a different statute.
Right, that's kind of the point. It's a new word that's kind of being put into regulation there. So Representative Penn, did you have a question?
Did, Madam Chair, and I want to thank Representative Carmichael for bringing that up because I was going to ask the question myself. Words have meaning and words have impact as well. So if you get rid of substance abuse, which is a term that's common, we understand the dollars that flow with attacking issues of substance abuse. I think we've done it several times in both chambers of this legislature, from dealing with hotlines as well as hot teams and hospitals and everything that goes along with that. So you're saying that you're going to change this to put this new word in and open this up for more funding for something else that's bigger and more massive. That's what their point is. The other question that I had for you was going back through some of your regs, the changes that you're making in it. I guess Madam Chair, the issue that I have is when we're talking about protecting an enclave of a profession, by making sure that the entryway, you meet certain requirements such as in-person learning or what is the term that you use?
In residence.
In residence, but what did you define that as? You also said it's screen time. It has to be.
Correct. It could either be met in person, be in front of faculty, either in person or by synchronous video conferencing.
Got it, tracking. So if there's someone that has a heart toward doing this, and I'm coming from the premise, just so you understand, I'm not attacking, I'm just trying to explain. If you're coming from the premise that, as we've heard from myriad other professions, myriad other agencies, as well as, different pieces of industry, that we have a shortage in personnel to meet the need of all of these things, why would we put language in place that would restrict anyone entering into this field and space where you don't have enough people already to meet the need? And I'm just thinking simple supply and demand. Then when I take that and I go into my own experience serving as a CASA down in Sedgwick County, many of these professions that you listed out, social work and everything, deal with that space for foster care and children, and you don't have enough. I know from my own experience, just coming in as a layperson with degrees, I didn't have all of those hours, and I was doing most of the work of the social workers. So the question remains, why are y'all trying to make sure that people can't enter into that space, or do you have language that is more accommodating to the community to help you out, where you don't have enough people to meet the needs of your customers, which are kids and families and marriages that are hurting? Why raise up such a bar and standard and a barrier for entry against that? To Madam Wassinger's point, if you don't allow for online training, because I know that in the actual practical space of living this and doing this, none of this is necessary. So why? Thank you.
And Madam Chair, I would offer this, that, as a entity created by the legislature, we're created primarily to protect the public. And so there is always a balance between wanting to assist with things like workforce by making sure the standards aren't too high to limit so that there's not enough individuals providing services, but also making sure that we have appropriate standards in place to make sure that individuals who do get licensed to practice, that they're knowledgeable and that they have experience. And so it is a balance with that. But I think the most recent changes by the board the last few years have definitely been with an eye to open things up in a responsible way, to modernize for technology and some other ways. But I appreciate your comments. And
Madam Chair, if I may, I thank you for appreciating my comments, but that's not what I want you to do. I don't want you to appreciate them. I actually want you to take heed to them. Because if Vice Chair Wassinger tells you that, everybody coming before you and after you is saying that, the whole world is shifting and changing to make it more accommodating for individuals to get into the space, this is a deterrent, is what I'm telling you. Okay. And while you say that you want to protect the public, you're not reaching the public, because only those that have enough money to jump through these hoops and sit in front of you in person and have enough time to do that, it's a deterrent to those who would actually want to get into that space and help you. You need to go back and rethink this and resubmit this, or we can bring some legislation to help you out if you can't do it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So, yes, go ahead, Representative Carmichael.
Sir, you're in an impossible place, because as much as I respect my friend's opinion, I disagree with him. I think, quite frankly, that we are making it too easy for people to receive the imprimatur of a professional and a licensed professional, and that sometimes in our haste to accommodate bringing new people into the profession, we can endanger the public, because without stringent requirements, educational requirements, accepted curricula for qualification, that we run the risk that people can be entrusted with our children's futures and our own futures who in fact are not qualified to do that. So I don't expect a response from you, but the difficulty of any regulator is that there will always be some who want more stringent regulation in interest of public safety, and there will be others who want less stringent regulation out of a desire, I suppose, to provide more treatment opportunities for clients. So I don't know how you answer that. I think the board probably is doing its best with its expertise to reach an appropriate balance. So I appreciate what you're doing.
Madam Chair, I'll just add one kind of comment. I'm here today to talk about these proposed changes to regulations, but there, as we've been mentioned, there's been a few bills that have passed the last few years specific to the addiction counseling profession. The board did consider starting a new license type, and that is our first student temporary addiction counseling license. And that is for individuals who are pursuing courses towards an addiction counseling degree. And that is to assist with the pipeline, but also make sure that they have a lot of supervision by appropriate individuals. And so we are trying to balance the different factors involved. We must maintain, we must protect the public and make sure that there are good standards to make sure the public is protected. And we're also the body that receives complaints against practitioners. So when individuals are harmed, we have to take care of those issues as well. And as much as possible, I'd like to make sure that we don't get a lot of complaints and violations by practitioners. So I do feel that weight as well. But I understand the balance. And so I appreciate the comments of the committee.
So with all those issues of the board on the board's plate, when we're looking at 102-7-3, which is, I think, primarily what the last conversation has been about, and the term biopsychosocial needs, that term is in addiction counseling educational requirements, and specifically in the requirement that there shall be at least 3 discrete and unduplicated semester hours, or the academic equivalent, in each of the following content areas. And one of them is biopsychosocial needs. And when that's 3 discrete and unduplicated semester hours required in biopsychosocial needs, and we don't have a term for that, what are we doing requiring 3 discrete and unduplicated semester hours in a term being put into regulation that we don't have a definition for? And at the same time, we're removing a pretty defined term, client substance use. And in fact, the focus, it seems to be going from client substance use to client needs. And maybe that's a change on purpose, but a change on focus. But the primary concern of mine, at least, and maybe other committee members, is the term that's being put into regulation for discrete unduplicated semester hours that we don't have a term for. So how is anyone who's going to try to be licensed in Kansas under these regulations going to know whether they've met that discrete and unduplicated semester hours requirement? I mean, what does it mean?
And Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I'll have the Assistant Director and Licensing Manager, because she's the one who would be reviewing these submissions to evaluate if they meet those requirements from those programs. So do you mind if I defer to?
That'd be fine. Sure, for a few minutes, that'd be great. Please introduce yourself and welcome to committee.
Hello, I'm Leslie Allen. I'm the Assistant Director and Licensing Manager for the BSRB. So biopsychosocial needs is a very common term in mental health. It's across all professions, not just social worker. That's where I kind of heard it first. It looks at the body, the mind, and the socioeconomical needs of the client. So it does include psycho, which includes addiction counseling. It covers all disease or mental health disease and how that affects the client.
Where is that set forth, what you've just said?
In all the programs. I mean, it's in the education now. It's just because if someone applies and the word addiction isn't in the syllabi for that class, then that class could not be accepted. So this would allow us to accept classes that don't specifically say addiction. It would still be covering everything, but not specifically that word.
Why was substance use eliminated? Why not leave it in and add this biopsychosocial needs term?
So when you're looking at the syllabi, it has to cover what is stated in the regulation. So a social work course that someone took would include all of the biopsychosocial needs, but it would not necessarily say addiction or bipolar or anything. It's just a broader term. That's how I understood it from the educators.
Well, with this change, I think substance use has been removed from the regulation in total. There's no more requirement that we have any study of assessing client substance use. Have I read that right or no?
Well, my understanding is that the assessment you do for a client includes all of the specifics to addiction counseling. The training would be a broad training rather than only addictions.
Well, it's interesting. We're requiring 3 discrete and unduplicated semester hours, but not in assessing client substance use. And you're being educated to become an addiction counselor. So an observation that's, to me, pretty concerning. But thank you for your testimony and your explanation.
Chair, would you like me to move on to the next regulation?
Yes, please.
The next one is also in the addiction counseling field. That is 102-7-4. And this has to do with so we have a certain regulation that deals with the application for licensure. And basically, we have updated this to split out the master's level addiction counseling profession. As I mentioned earlier, we had previously had the bachelor's and the clinical level, and we had made changes to statutes, but the regulations needed to be adjusted to further flesh out the 3 levels of distinct licensure. So that is the primary change to this regulation in 102-7-4.
Okay, we have a question, Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Does this give you another avenue of revenue as another license.
No, this license has existed for several years. This is purely for clarity and to try to do some cleanup of our regulations to make sure that it is listed out as a distinct level of licensure in the regulations as well as the statutes. So it's trying to match the statutes and also make sure that people who only would look to the regulations would have a clear understanding as well. So this is not a new level of license.
All right, thank you. I know my biggest concern is the $2.1 million in your unencumbered funds. So finding new licenses doesn't seem so necessary. Thank you.
Next regulation I'll move to is KAR 102-7-5. And that is a regulation for the examination requirements for the addiction counseling levels of license. And like I mentioned with the previous, this is an effort to add clarity and further split out. There have been changes that have been made in statute, but the regulations were not clear in terms of those three levels of licensure. So the language specific to the master's addiction counselor is added to this regulation as well. So it's more regulatory cleanup than anything. And then the last item, or I guess the last two have to do with KAR 102-7-7, and that is the regulation for renewals or late renewals, and that further just clarifies the master's level addiction counseling license is also will fall under that regulation. And then what KAR 102-7-8, the renewal audit, it does list that in statute that it is one of the licenses that is audited at 10% every 2 years, but we wanted to make sure that was reflected in the regulation as well. So now it is clear to anyone who would just look at the regulation. So. And then just one point, in my, I did provide an economic impact statement, and I tried to summarize these changes at a high level. I also wanted you to get an idea of how many individuals this could affect. And so, currently right now we have about 1,500 people that we provide a new license to every year. That's how many new licenses we issue on a year-to-year basis. The number of individuals we deny for licensure generally is around 15 or less. And so we think this will probably affect maybe about 8 people who currently apply for licensure, and that we'll be able to license those additional 8 people. One factor we don't know is any individuals who maybe had not applied because they thought they wouldn't meet the requirements with these additional flexibilities. Potentially it could motivate more people to apply for licensure in Kansas. There's just no way to track that. But I did put a rough estimate. If we're able to license an additional number of people, as I mentioned, it would only be about 8 individuals based on who's applying right now. And so the revenue from that would be estimated to be roughly around $1,600. And as a fee-funded agency, 10% of our revenue by statute goes to the state general fund. So really it would be a increase of the BSRB fee fund by about $1,440, and then about $160 increase in the state general fund contribution. So with that, I'll pause and see if there's any questions.
Thank you. Committee, any questions? Not seeing any. So thank you very much for, we have Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You brought these to the Department of Administration on the 8th of November. And you waited to talk to the chair and the vice chair until February 1st. Is there a reason for the delay?
Some of these we actually had submitted originally, I think back in maybe November or December of 2022. And these bounced back and forth from the Department of Administration and also through the Attorney General's office. There were comments at each level. The initial review of some of these by the Attorney General's office, they asked us to resubmit through the Department of Administration again. So some of these have been going through the process at over a year. A lot of the ones that deal with the in-residence, those were in the spring of 2023. It just has to do with those different levels of approval and how long it takes to get through that process. But we have lots of communication back and forth, politely requesting updates on the time frame. We understand there's a lot on their plates, but this was definitely not something where we delayed. We've just been trying to move these things through, knowing that some of this is outside of our time frame.
Thank you so much. My question was, these are coming in, and you obviously were somewhat worried wanting to explain them to the chair and I. I'm wondering what the delay was to just the day before we met. That's what I was asking.
Well, if time
things have been done so much earlier.
we as I mentioned, we had these regulations that were sent back to us for additional edits multiple times. We were able to publish the notice for the 60 days on the 25th of January, which I believe, it was just recently. So we definitely were not trying to bring this to you just at the last minute. We were trying to move things forward, and then we got approval to go ahead and publish the notice and open up the 60-day window. And I appreciate how quickly the committee was able to meet to review these. But as time allows, I'm happy to provide briefings to the chair and the vice chair anytime they would like, for sure.
Thank you. Representative Penn, and then we're going to move on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I noticed that there was one quick thing in here on your page 8, I believe it is, paragraph, was this 3 or stricken? I'm not sure what it is. You talk about at least a master's degree in another course of study, and down here, I just want to make sure that words have meaning. And going back to our point on the Representative Carmichael's question, in here, you say that you're going to support the diagnosis and treatment and have the equivalent credit hours on the treatment of substance use disorders. I think you missed the time in there to change out your language. I would submit that you should probably add back in the substance use to make sure that this thing is simpatico all the way through, because you do have it in your language that you're proposing. You just decided to take it out and start with new terms. That's all.
Thank you. And I misspoke just a moment ago. We have one more question from Representative Carmichael.
Thank you for your courtesy, Madam Chair. This is not my year to be the ranking member on this committee. Senator Faust Goudreau is ranking member, but if I should be so fortunate as to be reelected and reappointed and serve as ranking member next year, please don't worry about bringing me these regulations while they're in the formulation process and going back and forth with the Attorney General. I'd be happy to visit with you a day or two before the hearings, but at least for me, there's no sense in you wasting your time or me spending mine until we have final approved regulations in hand, just for future reference. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, then, we don't have any more questions. So thank you very much, Mr. Fye, for your appearance here today and for being with committee. Appreciate it. Committee, we do have quite a few regulations coming up from our next presenter, Department for Children and Families. Some of them are brand new regarding juvenile crisis intervention centers, so that we don't have our presenters up there for the whole length of time in one fell swoop. We're going to go ahead and get started with some of those regulations, get through some of those, and at a good stopping point, we're going to take a break, both for the presenter and for the committee and staff as well. So we'll kind of see where that break comes, but do want to get started, just so if we take a break now, then we're going to go through all of the regulations all at once, and I think that would be a little too cumbersome. So with that, then we will invite the Department for Children and Families, Ms. Tanya Keys, Deputy Secretary of Family Services. And I see today we also have the Secretary for Children and Families present here in the room, Secretary Laura Howard. And I think we also have Leslie Rannebeck, Deputy Director of Foster Care Licensing, in the room as well. Excuse me, please introduce yourself and welcome to committee.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Warren and members. I'm Tanya Keys. I'm with the Department for Children and Families in the role of Deputy Secretary, and honored to be here today to talk about 3 sets of regulations, as you might have heard. So we're going to talk about juvenile crisis intervention centers, child placing agencies, which we also use the abbreviation CPA, but it means child placing agency, and then family foster homes. So those are broad. To sort of set the landscape, we're here today requesting these regulations regarding changes in federal law. The Family First Prevention Services Act required states to enact some requirements with regard to our ability to administer programs regarding the Social Security Act, Title 4E of the Social Security Act. And we also specifically, with regard to the juvenile crisis intervention centers, needed to operationalize 65 Kansas Statute 65-563 regarding juvenile crisis intervention centers. And with that broad background, I'm ready to start talking about juvenile crisis intervention centers. Thank you. The Juvenile crisis intervention centers are a specific facility type, again, that was set forth in Kansas Statute 65-563. It's a place where any youth who needs service, they might be in the custody of the secretary in foster care, or they might not be. So this is a service for any and all youth, but these regulations set forth the requirements around how that facility would operate. So these are new, and they go through, different requirements for how it should operate and exist. So I'll kind of go through, if you're ready, the various requirements that are specific to this facility type. For example, their license capacity, we need to make sure that the square footage is based on single occupancy rooms, which is a little bit different than some of our other group boarding home requirements. The staffing requirement, for example, is a 1-to-6 ratio, 1 staff to 6 young people. The direct care staff qualifications are set forth: 21 years in age, high school diploma, 2 years experience supervising children. And those are set forth as very specific requirements. The director, there's a psychiatric nurse, qualified mental health professionals. So again, these are detailed attributes of how the facility would be operating. Training requirements, there's 10 hours orientation training within that first 7 days of employment, 40 additional hours before the staff can be in that ratio of serving children. Education for youth in these types of facilities could be through the local school by a qualified teacher, may also be online, depending on the program that the organization wishes to provide. Again, single occupancy rooms are required. Juvenile crisis intervention center is a characteristic that is different than other types of group or residential boarding homes. Is their stay is limited to 30 days. So we needed to have that in the regulation. The young person must be screened in order to be admitted. And then there's some pieces around food service and programming regarding to assessment tools and case plan development within admission. Those are the detailed requirements of if an organization is interested in opening or operating a juvenile crisis intervention center. When we're developing these regulations, we've heard most recently from Johnson County and Sedgwick County that they might be interested in operating such a facility. The hearing for this particular piece is coming up next month, March 8th. And happy to answer any questions. We did consult with Johnson County and Sedgwick County in terms of their feedback for the regulations, and also in the beginning of the formulation, the Association of Community Mental Health Centers and some of their members who are were at the time community mental health centers.
Thank you. Regarding these regulations, were they a kind of from other states that you created these and you tweaked them a little bit, or where did these are all brand new regulations? I understand that the statute, is new, but where did these regulations come from?
So a lot of the detail is based on the statutory framework, but to use as a base, we can use information from our other facility regulations, such as group and residential homes, mobile crisis stabilization regulations, perhaps even borrowing some models from other regulations and detention centers. We did look at other states such as Wisconsin, Oklahoma, Nebraska, Kentucky, Iowa, and Florida. But a lot of the details set forth in the regulation are based on the statutory framework.
Thank you. And you'd mentioned that Johnson County is interested in opening a juvenile crisis intervention center, and that's part of, I represent part of Johnson County, so appreciate that these regulations are in process and getting reviewed. And the act creating juvenile crisis intervention centers, when was that passed? Was that last session?
It was set forth in 2018 House substitute for Senate Bill 179, which then became 563.
So in 2018, so a couple of years delay there. What's been the delay?
Sure. So the history was the regulations started to become changed. There were 2 sets of requests for proposals sent out during this time to gather any information about are there any willing providers for this particular very specific type of facility through the years. So in 2019 and then 2020, we did not have at the time interest for such a facility in the way that it was designed in the regulation. The agency in 2020 received feedback from Johnson County around some of the regulations. So we continued our work to revise and draft and get feedback through the Department of Administration and the AG's office, and changed a couple of the regulations to meet the needs of what was described would be a helpful program for those who would be willing and interested and able to provide such a program. So because we did not have interest in 2019 or 2020, weren't able to successfully get an interested entity, we put them on pause and put some emphasis into trying to create alternatives to such a limited, 30-day crisis intervention center. So we built up our crisis mobile response and other services and supports in communities, and all the while continuing to work with the Attorney General's office to get the different stamps of approval.
Thank you for working with industry like you have, and that we have interested providers in Johnson County and Sedgwick County. So I'm glad to hear we have entities coming forward in communities to help with this critical need. So thank you. If there aren't any more questions, we can go ahead and move on.
Thank you. Our next set has to do with child placing agencies.
And we do have a question online from Senator Faust Godot. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tanya Keys, thank you for your presentation. I know that the crisis centers here in Sedgwick County would have been very beneficial in the case of Cedric Lofton, who had a mental issue and should have been or could have been taken to a crisis center, but instead to a juvenile detention center, and now he is deceased. Do you have any, you mentioned the interest in the crisis centers. Do you have any of them here in Sedgwick County that are up and running at this point? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. DCF has been contacted by Sedgwick County, the county government, that they are interested in designing and starting up a juvenile crisis intervention center that would meet these regulations and the statutory framework. To my knowledge, a program that encompasses all of these attributes does not currently exist in Sedgwick County, but we understand they're very interested when they're able to. And again, the hearing is March 8th. So after that time, they would be able to seek and let us know their interest to become licensed. We can begin that conversation around the program and then establish a provider agreement with Sedgwick County when they're ready for that program to start. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. The next set is around child placing agencies. There's a technical change.
Should I ask what number we're on? Because I'm a little lost in the materials. I'm sorry.
Yes, please reference the number you're referring to. Thank you.
Thank you. I apologize. So this would be 30, 47, 900 through 910. And I'll also be going through some detail of 30-47, 912 through 922 as I go through. These regulations, the child placing agency as well as the family foster home, need to be updated to Department for Children and Families agency number. They had previously been assigned Kansas Department of Health and Environment. So that is one change that is across. Again, these regulations are updated to meet federal requirements in the Family First Prevention Service Act. There are some pieces in the Center for Medicaid Services final rule and also federal requirements describing prudent parenting practices with regard when children are in the custody of the secretary. And that's another federal guidance document. So if you're ready, I can go through some of the details.
Well, we can go through the details. Is that a requirement that the committee would like to hear, or having had reviewed the regulations before today in your materials, is there a need that we hear more specific about these regulations? I'm not seeing an, well, go ahead and proceed. And after we get through this set of regulations, then I propose we take a break. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So again, I'm reading 900 through 910, and then I'll skip to 912. So this goes through different details. So for example, in 902, the application procedures are clarified, that it adds a requirement, what's required in submitting an application. So it updates that. It also separates out the application procedure from the license in terms of how the sets are organized. In 905 background checks, it regulates what checks are required for employees and volunteers of a child placing agencies, and then which are required for family foster homes and adoptive home, all the residents in that home. 907 separates the staffing information from administration and clarifies some staffing requirements. In 909, we add information about reporting of critical incidents. So that is new information in 909. There are some in 912 around case planning. It has new regulations that separate out the case plan and make it its own distinct information. In 914, it's updated to address the pieces around sponsoring homes, transferring homes from one child placing agency to another child placing agency, and withdrawing sponsorship. And get down to on 919 on the health related requirements. It does add new regulations prohibiting tobacco. It also has some new regulations around storage and the waiting areas at the location of the child placing agency where they have offices. And 921, there's some pieces around safety and transportation. And that concludes the regulatory changes for the child placing agency.
Is that all of the regulations regarding implementing the Family First Prevention Services Act and Prevent Sex Trafficking and Strengthening Families Act?
That yes, they are, that are related to child placing agencies. And in a moment, I would go through those with family foster home.
Okay, go ahead and proceed. Oh, well, let's stop right there. Do we have a question about any of those regulations? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Regarding the amount of materials you have left to introduce, is now a good time for a break?
Oh, I
Okay, we'll just take about excuse me?
I just said now's a good time.
Yes, now's a good time. I was thinking as well. Yes. Let's take a 10-minute break, or actually, if we can keep it to 8 minutes, we can get out of here on time. And if we'll stand at ease until 10:20, that's about an 8-minute break, if that's all right with folks. We have the room only till noon, so thank you. committee for the recess and others as well. And we're back to our work. So go ahead and continue, Ms. Keys.
Thank you very much. Our next section is regarding family foster homes, which is 30, 47, 800 through about 825. That's what we'll be going through. And just to let you know, we did consider other states' regulations such as Iowa, Missouri, and Nebraska, North Dakota, Oregon, Texas, and Oklahoma in considering these. I'll go through some details. In 800 in definitions, where they were updated to reflect some of the federal language in the Family First Prevention Services Act. 802, a license requirement. Again, to meet federal requirements, we added a functional literacy requirement consistent with federal. And I wanted to talk a little bit about 804, which is the terms of license. We did add a relative waiver. So we want to encourage relatives to become licensed if they wish to do so. They need to meet health and safety requirements, but they can ask for a waiver on some of, for example, the physical space requirements and square footage of a room, the functional literacy, income. So there are some exceptions that we can make for relative, that we adjust the standards, and the relative can ask for a waiver to become licensed based on those. And so this simply just puts that waiver within the regulation so that we can honor that and operationalize it. In 806, CPR, cardiopulmonary resuscitation, as a requirement from federal was added. There are 811 through about 814. We added information around what's called the prudent parent standard, which kind of just speaks to normalcy in that family foster home or a family foster parent who's licensed can use just some general reasoning to help make decisions and honor the youth's desires, their interests, and their dignity around, would they like to be employed, recreational activities, those types of things. So the prudent parent standard has been incorporated into the regulations, and it just helps with normalcy in a family foster home that they can make some decisions around those activities.
Thank you. And before we move on, what regulation number was that?
That it impacts 812, respite care, 813, child growth and development, and 814, family life.
Thank you. And we do have a question from Senator Fausto Godot. Go ahead, Senator. If you're speaking, you must be on mute. We're not able to hear you.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. You're so observant. I was on mute. So thank you, Madam Chair. Tanya, in those exceptions to be made to allow for relative adoption or foster care, etc. So with those, after the walkthrough through their home, would those exceptions be made by DCF or KDHE?
The relative would work with the case management agency to make it known that they wish to become licensed. And the exception for the waiver so they can become licensed is through the Department for Children and Families.
So, Madam Chair, so then just to be sure, so that decision or approval would be given by DCF and not KDHE.
Yes, that's correct. These regulations are also changing. I apologize if I didn't mention this at the beginning. They are changing their number to the Department for Children and Families agency number because we are the agency that regulates this type of childcare licensing.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any guidance given to foster care parents if they're noticing a child is discussing or manifesting, stating a desire to change genders or identities or things like that? Is there any guidance given to foster parents who might start observing those changes?
You know, I would need to check to see if there's specific guidance available. There's general training, general conversations, and they have support from child placing agencies to make sure that the youth or children there are safe and they have well-being, and that their family is also engaged in conversations, and that could include a lot of topics. I would need to check, but in general, training, supports, and technical assistance to foster parents when they need it could be available on different topics.
Okay, but not a requirement either way that foster parents affirm, don't affirm, direct this direction, direct that direction. We don't have any requirements in either direction, if you will.
No, we do not.
Okay, but just the resources, like you had said, if those observations are made. Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
The next piece is in 819 healthcare, and we needed to add the regulatory requirement again around federal pieces that infants or children under 1 have the flu vaccine. In 820, there's some general environmental requirements that we needed to add that have to do with appliances. So, for example, a kitchen with a sink, refrigerator, stove, oven. So it has a lot of detail with regard to things that are in the home and arrangements of stairs and stair guards.
Before we proceed, all of these that we've been talking about since we came back from the break are entirely new regulations, right? They're not amending anything. And is it because there's been a new act, there's a new law? Why the new regulations at this point?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Yes, many of them are new. Some are adjusted, but many are new related to the Family First Prevention Services Act, which was federal legislation.
There we go. Thank you. And when was that passed and enacted?
February of 2018.
Okay, so again, the delay, and not sure why, in this instance, why the delay?
We did submit regulations and wanted to work with them, with the Department of Administration and Attorney General's office. We did have several rounds of communications with stakeholders, including child placement agencies and those who represent foster parents and other stakeholders. We wanted to make sure that these were reasonable and get feedback on their detail in light of federal guidance. So we did want to make sure we were very thorough.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Penn. Oh, yes, Senator Francisco. Sorry, I didn't see your hand, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And some of these you've talked about and some seem to have been skipped over. So I just want to go back to 816 on transportation. There may be nothing new in that, but it's in front of me. And my question was just, it talks about, and this is because I was so lucky over the holidays to have a new great niece staying with me who needed a child seat that they traveled with. But I sort of learned more about the requirements and ages, and we took them back to the, they came on the train, but we took them back to the airport so that there would be a child seat, you know, in the car. So this says when a child safety seat, including a booster seat, is required, the seat shall meet the following requirements. And so my question is just, who requires and what requirements are there for those child safety seats when we're talking about foster care?
So I believe the requirements are set forth in A through F. Does that help answer your question, that it needs to have, the actual seat needs to have the federal approval, has to be installed according to the manufacturer's instructions? It need not.
Oh, thank you. So my question is on 4, it says when a child safety seat is required, it meets the following requirements. So I appreciate the requirements and they all make sense. I'm saying, how do you find out if the seat is required?
I might need to consult someone, but I think a seat is required based on weight or height or other developmental need of a child, but I'm gonna look back. So those would be the three considerations.
Thank you, Representative Penn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm so sorry. I think I'm going backwards in time, Madam, and I just wanted to get some clarification back on where we started on definitions 30-47-800. That first page there, down in the bottom of it, at the bottom of the page. I'm so sorry. At the bottom of the page, it says any individual, talking about paragraph echo E, child in foster care means any of the following. Are you with me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, just want to confirm paragraph E3, any individual 16 years of age or older, but not yet 21 years of age. Actually, looks like all of them. Echo 1, 2, and 3. There's a concern that individuals who migrate across the border that might be affirmed by a court to be deemed as a child in need of care. As you say here, 16 years of age, not yet 21. Does that include individuals, as we've seen in news reports this morning, that would be coming across the border? Would they be considered children in need of care by the Secretary?
Thank you for the question, and I'll answer your direct question. For context, Echo 1 through 3, in these regulations, they pertain to that if if a child is age 16 or older, they are not required to be in a placement that is licensed. So that's the placement of this. So that clarifies. That's what this addresses. I apologize, I'm not familiar with the news article this morning, but this.
There was a news report on this morning talking about Topeka. The mayor says that it's a open, welcoming board, sanctuary city and everything. And there were some concerns that some constituents hit me with, and saying that when we're talking about, as we did a couple of years ago when I was on Children and Seniors, when we had that committee, when we're talking about individuals in that age band, whether they be placed by the court or by private or, as you said, required, that the taxpayers are saying that they're not on the hook with an inject point for individuals to be placed into the Secretary's care when they are either not citizens or not children, and then reap benefits through this mechanism. Can you explain that?
So a court can make a determination that a child is a child in need of care and needs to come into foster care without regard to citizenship. It is based on imminent harm and risk to a child. That would be the court's decision.
And their definition of imminent risk and their definition of child.
Child in the child in need of care code, in terms of a child that can enter care, would be infant or age 0 up to age 18 in terms of entering foster care, being removed from the home, entering foster care. And I'm sorry, what was your second definition? Imminent harm. Imminent harm speaks to the harm that is facing the young person in terms of immediate or lasting safety, that without entering foster care, they would come in harm's way. And so they need to be removed into care for safety reasons.
And the upper band, you said infant 0. What's the upper band on definition of child?
Child, with regard to entering foster care, would be 18. Up to age through their 17th year.
I seem to recall while we were on Children and Seniors that there was a bill that was passed over my objection to it, allowing a child, and I put air quotes around that, to re-enter foster care under at the will of the Secretary after having exited foster care, coming back in up to and including age 21. I don't know if that's what you're referring to when you say 18, but I thought that it was 21 in some instances. Is that correct?
It is not correct with regard to an order entering an adult into foster care. It does need to be a child under the age of 18. When a young person is in care, they might be in the custody of the secretary past their 18th birthday up to age 21. That is within the child in need of care current statutory framework. But in terms of starting foster care or when they are removed, they need to be younger than 18.
Okay, so just, and Madam Chair, I hate to belabor the point, but so there could be a determination by a court to put a child, as you said, no thought toward whether or not, or requirement toward citizenship. They can enter in before they're 21. They can enter in before they're 18, 0 to 18. And if they hit, while in that status, if they hit 20, 19, 20, after they have that birthday, they can remain in up to the age of 21. But what I am trying to ascertain is any of these definitions, any of these regulations, do they preclude members of any of the folks that we see coming across our border, coming into Kansas, having Kansas taxpayers pay for their upkeep because of determinations that are made by the secretary or by the courts?
Yeah. Yes, thank you for your question. I know that when we have children who enter care who have an undocumented status, we have very specific procedures and coordination and additional tasks that are required to be completed. If I understand your question correctly, I do not think they are precluded.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, proceed. Thanks.
Thank you. I think I was ready for 824, which provides additional options for barriers around swimming pools. And 825, it removed regulations prohibiting specific dog breeds, such as pit bulls, and then some additional pieces around reptiles and exotic animals. And that concludes the very specific changes with regard to family foster homes.
Committee questions regarding family foster homes? Not seeing any further questions, so go ahead and proceed. Thank you.
That concludes our three major sections for the regulations with juvenile crisis intervention centers, child placing agencies, and family foster homes.
Okay, any final questions for our conferee here? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for the comprehensive review and the answer to the questions. And thank you for appearing before the committee today. Appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I also thank our reviser, Jenna Moyer, for finding the statute for me regarding the requirements for Kansas for seatbelts.
Great. What is the statute? Yeah.
The statute is KSA 8-1344, and when we come to recommendations, I might suggest that be included.
Thank you. Yes,
I'm just
Representative.
wondering about the substance of the whatever it is, how old, how big, those sort of things.
Well, since we're a little early on our agenda, I'll allow the question.
Well, it's okay. No, I can look.
But for a quick reply, that'd be great. Go ahead, Madam Reviser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Generally, the statute requires if you're under 4 years of age, you would be required to be in a appropriate child passenger safety restraining system that meets those federal requirements. If the child is between 4 and 8 years of age and weighs less than 80 pounds or is less than 4'9", you would have to be in an appropriate child passenger safety rating system that meets a different federal requirement. So I'm thinking that's more of your booster seat. And if you are a child between 8 and 14 and you weigh more than 80 pounds or taller than 4'9", you have to have a safety seat belt on. So generally under 4, you're in a car seat. From 4 to 8, generally booster seat. 8 and 14, you have your seatbelt on, but that kind of depends on weight and size.
Thank you for your indulgence. All of my nieces and nephews are above the applicable age now. Thank you.
I was gonna say, so are my 4 kids.
I was just getting ready to say, but it won't last long. There'll be grand nephews
There
and
you
nieces
go.
soon, we hope.
Right, God willing, exactly. So, yeah, we're seatbelts at this point for my kids too. So they're at the right age and height requirements, I suppose. So, and weight also. Well, thank you. And then we will hear, we're a little bit ahead of schedule. So if we have conferees here, which I believe we do, for the Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services. And with that, then we will invite the Secretary for Aging and Disability Services, Laura Howard. Please introduce yourself and welcome to committee.
Very good. Thank you, Senator. I'm Laura Howard. I'm the Secretary for the Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services. And I'm very pleased to be here today in front of the Rules and Regs Committee to talk about the regulations for crisis intervention centers. These regulations are authorized to implement the Crisis Intervention Act. That act provides for voluntary and involuntary admissions of adults with mental illness, substance use, or co-occurring conditions for emergency evaluation and treatment up to 72 hours at a crisis intervention center. And there's a number of requirements within the act that talk about what needs to happen during that specific time frame. I'll just say up front, that act was passed in 2017. It has taken us too long to get to this point. When I came into this role as secretary, we began, there had not been a lot of work done yet on these regulations. There had been a lot of transition in KDADs of various leadership staff. So we began that process. We consulted with other states that had passed similar legislation. I think Georgia was probably the most relevant, where we consulted with 4 or 5 other states. Consulted with our stakeholders, for example, Wyandotte County, Douglas County, Sedgwick County, many of those community mental health centers who already had crisis stabilization centers in place for voluntary admissions. We then went through a number of back and forth through the regulation process. And in fact, about a year ago, we had the set refused by the Attorney General. They had some questions about some of the authority pieces within the existing act, and our general counsel basically needed to kind of reorganize a number of things, and we essentially redid the entire set in this last year. So again, no criticism of any of the outside entities in the process. They were very good in working with us, and I feel like we've landed in a good place, but it did take us quite a bit of time to get to this point. But as I said, we looked at things from other states. We looked at national standards. We looked at other facility licensing, because part of this is some standard facility licensing. And then we talked with, again, many of our partners. I would say there's a lot of interest in these regulations. Douglas County is currently operating a center that has been licensed under a different licensing category, waiting for these regulations to be final through their crisis center. We expect they will immediately seek a license once these are finalized. We also have interest from Wyandotte Behavioral Health, Vallejo in Topeka, High Plains in Hayes, Crosswinds Mental Health in Emporia, Prairie View in Newton, and Johnson County. And again, in terms of those supporting the regulations, a lot of support from law enforcement, hospitals, behavioral health providers. Madam Chair, there are 32 regulations in this set, beginning with 2652-1. I will try to focus on those that have the most substance in terms of the meat of the Crisis Intervention Act. It starts out, Madam Chair, with 2652-1, just with basic definitions. Many of those are citations to existing statutory definitions under either the Crisis Intervention Act itself or the Care and Treatment Act. And then there are some new definitions that are added within the regulations that
connect specifically with some of the issues related to the process of a facility. So we start with that definition section. The next sections of the regulation, 2652.2 and 52.3, all have to do with the licensure application process. The first one describes kind of the process, the timelines, documents that a center would have to submit to KDADS as part of the licensure process. So for example, in 2652.2, we asked for that application 90 days before the planned opening. And then there are details within that regulation about what needs to be included along with the application form, the jurisdiction, the geography, the anticipated open date, things like that.
Thank you. And we do have a question from Senator Faust Godot. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary, regarding the crisis centers that you spoke of, I don't believe, did you mention one showing interest in Cedric County? And then the other question, I think you mentioned that a person could voluntarily come to that center or by referral, I'm assuming, but who would pay the cost? Would they have to have private insurance, or if they didn't have insurance to cover that service, how would that be handled? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for the question, Senator. As a point of clarification, we currently have within the state what we call crisis stabilization centers that actually have funding sources coming through lottery revenue that can provide some of these short-term services for voluntary patients. The Crisis Intervention Act would allow centers to serve both voluntary and involuntary patients. In terms of resourcing, there are opportunities to bill Medicaid for eligible individuals. There can be opportunities to bill insurance if that's relevant. And then through the legislative processes, there has been dedicated funding provided through an appropriation in the KDADS budget of $10 million a year to support the crisis intervention centers.
I appreciate your response. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. So again, 2652-2 and 52-3 are the ones that speak to the application process and the term of the license, how long the license would act, those sorts of things that would need to happen in a renewal process for the application, and a period of time that a center could have a provisional license. So that's detailed out, very similar to other facilities. 2652-4 just merely speaks to ensuring that the licensee maintains certain kinds of commercial liability, medical negligence, and commercial vehicle insurance. The next sections speak to some other criteria around the operations. For example, 2652-5 talks about the inspections that would take place at the time of application for licensure. Also speaks about the fact that the licensee would be subject to inspection or investigation at any time by our licensing staff, and some of the criteria to authorize entry into the center for those purposes. It also speaks to the kind of information that would need to be made available during inspections.
Thank you. We do have a question, Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Secretary, is there a charge for the inspections to the facilities? Maybe I missed it in the paperwork.
Oh, thank you for the question. There is a charge for the application to become a crisis intervention center. The inspections, though, would just be the sorts of things we do with any facilities with regard to, the inspection process. So there would not be a specific charge related to the inspections themselves.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. 26-52-6 just really calls out the requirements to have background checks for staff, employees, and volunteers within those, and when they're and the criteria for when staff or volunteers can begin working based on those background checks. 2652-7 begins to get into more things related to the operation of the center. Requirements, for example, of having an organizational chart, creating position descriptions, and it describes also some key staffing requirements in terms of having, particular types of positions within the organization. So again, very basic pieces. 2652-8, you'll see similar kinds of environmental requirements as you see in a number of facility licensing statutes. For example, requirements of connection to water and sewage systems, things like that, compliance with the state fire marshal regulations, and any appropriate state and local authorities as well. It also speaks to, various ways in which that facility would coordinate with community resources like hospital, police, fire, and the like. And then there are some structural requirements, disability access, things like that. Again, very standard in that you see in a number of facility-based licensing regulations. When we get into 2652-9, we get more into the kinds of personnel qualifications of individuals working at the crisis center, and some minimum requirements that have to be met for each position that's held. So you see some detail there about, in some cases, having statements from medical practitioners about the fact that no impairment would prevent the person from providing care, things like that. Records of TB tests, those sorts of things. Compliance with KDHE, the TB program if there are issues around TB. So again, very basic pieces. And then some specific provisions when you get on page 5 of 2652-9, where there's specific criteria around having an administrative director and having a clinical director, and what the qualifications are related to those positions. When you get into 2652-10, again, continues to build on the staffing, details the staff training that would need to take place. Similar to what you just heard from Deputy Secretary Keys in terms of certain kinds of orientation training that needs to happen within 7 days of training, additional training before entities could be counted in the direct care staff ratio, and some details about what needs to be in that training, as well as just basic first aid, CPR, medical, those kinds of things. 2652-11 stays with the staffing issues and just speaks to issues around scheduling and direct supervision. It has some specific criteria for when a psychiatrist or an ARMP has to be available, or to be able to be contacted 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, sets criteria for nursing staff, and sets some criteria around scheduling and direct care staff ratios. 2652-12, basic requirements about the facility having an emergency plan. We have some very comprehensive language in here related to those issues that could be about where you need to, maybe shelter in place, or you need to vacate the facility, and what kinds of standards to have around that. Again, very similar to what we would have in other licensing criteria.
Yes, Representative Carmichael.
Thank you. Tornado shelters,
Yes.
is that addressed? Help me.
Yes, let me, well, in the way in which it's addressed is it speaks to the emergency plan that they have to have. They have to identify the location and means of sheltering in place. And later in the regulations, we get to some of the physical plant requirements that would address the having a place that meets.
So are you saying I should wait until, point out the regs when we get to the right place, and I'll ask the question again?
Thank you. And since we are in National Heart Health Awareness Month, and today in particular is National Women's Heart Health Day, I just want to make sure you did mention CPR training would be required for these facilities. And is that new or that's always been in place in Kansas?
It's been in place for some of our other facilities, and so we put it in here. And there's a specific requirement that certain number of staff have to be trained in the CPR and the related activities. So
Good. We're
and what I
glad to
just
hear
went
that
over.
because we learned just yesterday from the American Heart Association that 23,000 students across the nation have sudden cardiac arrest incidents. And if you have some bystander who knows how to administer CPR, you're 2 to 3 times more likely to survive that out of hospital sudden cardiac arrest event. So thank you for that. Senator McGinn.
Thank you. On that note, I think it's the AED, the things that are hanging on the walls. Do they have that training as well?
Yes. Yes. And we do that as well currently in our state hospitals, and that's required in most of the facilities that we license.
We had ours hanging down on the wall for 3 years in the chamber and found out nobody knew how to use it. So, anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Is the AED device required in these facilities?
Let me check. I'm not sure. I'll have to check and see for sure on that, Senator.
Okay. Thank you. If you check on that, please, and get back to the committee, that'd be appreciated. Thank you. Please proceed.
All right, the next section, 26-52-13, really gets very much into the heart of the procedures relative to the Crisis Intervention Act itself, and in a very detailed way speaks about how individuals get admitted into this facility, and what happens in terms of screenings while they're there. So that's probably one of the most extensive parts of the regulation. So I'll spend a little more time there. It really obviously cites the citation. Admission, screening, and evaluation has to be available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. These centers are targeted to individuals 18 years of age or older. Again, there are specific criteria if the person is a voluntary patient. So there would be, B1A, there's certain specific applications for a voluntary patient in terms of entry of those individuals. And then under B and C, you begin getting into those entries that would come on an involuntary basis. For example, in B, there can be a written application from a law enforcement officer for emergency observation and treatment pursuant to law. There also can be a written application from another adult for emergency observation and treatment of the proposed patient. So again, it details out the criteria for that admission, for that emergency observation, the sorts of beliefs that are in place related to that person's condition, the services they need, and the like. The remainder of this then speaks about on page 3, talks about the things that have to happen as part of an admissions procedure, doing a health history, doing suicide risk potential, intake interviews, personal hygiene, shower, those types of things, inventory and documenting of clothing, money, and personal possessions, those sorts of things, and also some screening as to whether or not there's any evidence during screening that the person might have a contagious disease or otherwise be physically ill, and in what circumstances then the center should make a communication with a physician or a hospital related to that. The other pieces within this section that are very relevant with regard to the statute has to do with the evaluation that's conducted of the patient no later than 23 hours after admission, and then another one not later than 48 hours after admission. And there are specific requirements in the law that after the 48 hours, if there's a recommendation that the individual stay for that additional 24 hours, there has to be communication back with the court for that additional time period. And so that's all detailed out in these provisions pursuant to the Crisis Intervention Act itself. So no one can stay longer than 72 hours unless at that period of time there's been an application for involuntary commitment to a state hospital, at which point they may stay longer pending that admission. But again, so very, very specific criteria about what needs to happen in 24 hours, 48 hours, 72 hours. Again, these are 72-hour facilities. On 2652-14, we then get into some detail related to records, related to each applicant and each licensee, with regard to the records that they need to make available, how they need to protect patient privacy in those records through things such as assigning a specific number. And then in those various documents they have to keep. It also calls out some specific data that they need to make available each 12-month period, numbers of admissions, numbers of discharges, length of stay, any denials, and any kinds of statistics on readmission. So again, basic requirements about maintaining certain physical health, behavioral health records, but also providing kind of specific reporting each year as well. 2652-15 begins getting into more details about the actual treatment plan for those individuals. Designates the clinical director or their designee as developing that individualized treatment plan. And again, within 24 hours after admission. And 2652-15 talks about some of the various components of that plan. Again, that piece is very brief. And then in the next few sections, 2652-16 through 21, there's specific details on specific services. So for example, starting out in 2652-16, there's specific information about the mental health services that would need to be provided, what a behavioral health professional needs to do with regard to assessment, diagnosis, and treatment, and some specific criteria about that treatment plan. You'll see similar things in 2652-17 if there are issues around alcohol and substance use. And in that case, the regulation calls out very specifically that the purpose of the substance use disorder treatment is to stabilize the patient, to provide treatment for acute withdrawal symptoms, and then also to provide referral services for reintegration. So, and there's some very specific policies that are required related to acute detox, related to medication-assisted treatment, and things like that. Those are areas where you really get into some intersections on the medical side. And so it's important to have those more detailed policies in place by each licensee.
I have a quick question. We're still regarding 2652-16, right? Yes. And mental health services is part of the services, or is in this section, or is it a different section? Addiction.
Yes, Senator, thank you for the
Substance
question.
addiction.
Yeah, addiction is in the next section,
There we go.
17.
That's right.
Yes,
Thank you.
exactly.
Yes, Senator Francisco has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And while we're stopped, can we go back to 2652-15? So when we talk about the requirement to review each patient's treatment plan at least daily, should it be and upon completion of the stated goals rather than or?
There could, thank you for the question, Senator. I think the or is fine in the sense that there could be some stated goals that are met during the course of a period of time. And remember, with a short-term treatment regimen like this, it's really important to, have those things, have that continuing throughout each day, what those treatment plan is, what those goals are. So, yeah.
My concern would be that if it's or and the stated goals have not been completed, then there's not a requirement to review at least daily.
I, thanks, Senator. I understand where you're coming from on that. I read it differently, but I understand that. So yeah, I think certainly in terms of how we would implement that, I think it would be important that there not be the confusion that you brought up. So yeah.
Go ahead and proceed, Madam Chair, or
Thank you.
Secretary,
Thank you, Madam
excuse me.
Chair. 26-52-17, still being related to the specific services. This does get into the alcohol and substance use services that you were referring to. And again, in the context of these regulations, and as we think about the purpose of these facilities, these crisis intervention centers under the law may be serving someone who's in need of detox services. And so the regulations call out very specifically that the purpose of that SUD treatment in those facilities is to stabilize that patient, provide treatment for the acute withdrawal symptoms they may be having, and then to make sure that there are referral sources to reintegrate that patient back into the community because they're likely to need, additional or longer term treatment. There's also some very specific requirements that the licensee have, detailed written policies and procedures related to that detox treatment, related to any medication-assisted treatment, substance use disorder assessments, any nicotine replacement therapy. And that's really based on standards we already have in place at KDADS, which are then kind of adopted by reference in here. There's also requirements that they develop specific written policies for proper management, as I said, of SUD and medication-assisted treatment. And there's national criteria through the American Society of Addiction Medicine that we've asked be reflected within those policies and procedures.
You mentioned some very specific requirements, and I'm looking on page 2 of this regulation, subsection E, and it refers to a behavioral health professional shall assess each patient to determine if the patient continues to meet criteria pursuant to statute 59-29C08 for admission to the center. I haven't looked at that statute myself, but maybe you could tell us, does that statute or anywhere here in Reg 26-52-17 mention biopsychosocial needs?
I don't believe that we have biopsychosocial needs referenced in our statutes or defined in our statutes. I'm going to look to my deputy secretary to get a confirmation of that. No. Okay. Yeah. I did hear your earlier conversation today.
Right, and that was kind of the point. It's not defined anywhere in statute where our behavioral health professionals, when treating alcohol and substance abuse services for our youth, have anywhere to look, and in fact wouldn't be looking at biopsychosocial needs because it's not defined in statute and kind of newly added to regulations, which was the point of our earlier conversation today. Thank you. Senators, Francisco, you have a question?
I do, and I'm referring back to KSR 2652-9 because I don't know if it's so important in terms of the individual, but that's where we talk about a physician's office that provides services to persons with alcohol and substance abuse addictions and orders. And at this point, this is the requirements for the clinical director. And I don't know if that's the only place I see that might be expanded. And I certainly don't want it changed in these regulations.
And
Please proceed. Thank you.
Senator. The next section, continuing to look at services provided relates to the issue of case management services, and would describe the responsibilities of a case manager. So again, the sorts of things you would already be familiar with in terms of, assisting with the development of the treatment plan, establishing goals, working on discharge, transportation, things like that. That fall under case management. And then
And I'd point out again, nothing in the case management services section defines biopsychosocial needs either. So
I would confirm, Senator, that I don't think nowhere in these regulations.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
So. So 265219 speaks to physical health care. Again, this is a crisis intervention center related to behavioral health needs, but it's important knowing that there can be co-occurring conditions to make sure that health checklists are done. There's awareness of current physical health status, any injuries and the like. And if there are imminent or urgent needs, there are then requirements in here for how that care takes place, any referrals that need to take place, and then what might need to happen at the time of discharge to make sure any appropriate addressing of any particular physical needs takes place as well. So, so you'll see some specific things related to, providing care for minor illness, making sure of infection control, making those appropriate referrals, either if emergency care is needed or post-discharge care, referrals of female patients for maternity care, things like that.
And I'll ask the question I asked earlier too. Is there any guidance here regarding minors who are manifesting or otherwise showing signs of changing genders or identities like that? Is there any guidance in these regulations, or what would happen in that case?
Senator, the crisis intervention centers only serve adults, so this would only serve adults, and there's no reference in the regulation related to that at all. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm reading through, and this would be on page 3 of 265219. When we talk about policies and procedures for providing tuberculosis tests for patients. So everyone who comes into one of these centers will have a tuberculosis test?
Unless they have had a tuberculosis test within the last 12 months.
Would these crisis intervention centers have access to medical records? I mean, you're just talking about 72 hours. So,
I think in some cases they would, Senator. Thank you for the question. And in some cases they might not. I mean, I think when you think about a congregate setting like this, in many of these instances, the structure could be, a number of individuals in recliners in a single room for 24 hours, those sorts of things. I mean, it's a sort of piece that you certainly want to avoid the possibility of, tuberculosis, a person with active tuberculosis spreading that. So that's why there's the requirement for that.
Madam Chair, I know that in discussions of shelters for unhoused individuals and things, there is that concern. I'm just wanting to make sure that we don't add undue costs to this, but you are the secretary for disabilities and aging, and I trust your judgment.
Thank you, Senator.
Go ahead and proceed. Thank you.
All right. We'll move to 2652-20. Again, speaks to issues around the licensee being required to have policies related to medication administration and prescribing of various treatments, and the kinds of orders that need to be in place to ensure that those are ordered by a physician. So again, some of that documentation around consent procedures, also provisions within this section of the regulations that have to do with safe storage of the medication. You know, some medications, for example, on page 2, it speaks very much to making sure that prescriptions are stored in locked cabinets in designated areas that are supervised by staff. Medications requiring refrigeration are stored in a refrigerator that's designated for that purpose. For example, not stored with the food, those kinds of things. So again, some very, very detailed pieces about how to manage that. This section also has on page 3 some provisions that would require each center to have policies and procedures on processing patient discharges against medical advice, or if a patient discharges without taking prescribed medication with them, things like that. So again, so a series of things, making sure that we're managing prescription medications appropriately and disposing of them appropriately when necessary. We then move into
Just a moment, Madam Secretary. We have a question from Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate the medications. I'm backing up. Would you, do you have any regulations regarding COVID testing? And I'm wondering if those might be appropriate when there's a heightened level in a community?
These regulations do not have a specific requirement for COVID testing. I mean, if a person was symptomatic, as in any other circumstance, I mean, there could be tests that would be ordered of a patient, but there's not a routine COVID testing requirement.
Madam Chair, I appreciate that. I'm just looking at that in balance with tuberculosis tests that are required, and that's just for you to ponder on.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you.
Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I hope to not dig into this can of worms too deep. But if a county, for example, imposes certain testing requirements for congregate living arrangements, I assume that would not, or that those would at least supersede or be supplementary to these. In other words, if the county says everybody in a congregate living area needs to be tested for COVID, I assume that would get done. But do you know?
I would agree that would likely be the case as well. I mean, if there were situations going on that if we were back where we were a few years ago.
That's what I'm thinking
and
about.
those sorts of things were happening. There would be a lot of things happening in a lot of places through health and environment, through local health departments. And this is a facility in a local community. You know,
I just think, long-term care arrangements and
Yep.
so on, when there's emergencies within whatever we did with chemo, and some of us who did it don't even know what we did. But I would think in that hot zone type circumstance, there might be other regulatory authorities involved.
Yeah, thank you. And
Thank
I
you.
might note, I haven't gotten there yet, but we do have a specific section I'll get to in a minute about infection control that does make some reference to COVID-19 protections, but again, does not actually require vaccination. So. All right, 26-52-21 is just kind of ancillary services, laboratory and pharmacy services. So there's a kind of requirements about if the center provides its own services, it has to meet certain requirements. It has to have certain valid what are called CLIA certificates related to a laboratory. There's certain requirements related to the pharmacy services. And if they contract out for those services, they also have to make sure that the agreement they enter into is with entities that also meet those requirements. So again, it would allow them to provide it themselves or to contract out for those services. And again, with regard to the pharmacy, it puts certain requirements on who the pharmacist in charge would be in compliance with the various requirements of the Board of Pharmacy related to accounting for drugs and the like. 22, on 2652-22 is the infection control piece I just alluded to that would require licensees to have policies and procedures for establishing and maintaining an ongoing infection control program, including minimizing the spread of COVID, kind of based on criteria from the CDC. So again, they would need to outline those infection control methods, things to do with cleaning, what kinds of training they might do of staff related to that. And again, that's not just COVID, it's really any kind of infectious disease. So Section 26-52-23, and the next sections, you kind of get into some details around things like laundry and bedding, and 2652-23 that speaks to the locations where laundry is done, how soiled linen is maintained, how blankets are cleaned before they're reissued to patients, things like that. 2652-24 speaks so specifically to a variety of food service issues and criteria related to ice and drinking water. This set of provisions calls out various sanitary requirements for food handling related to disease management, hand washing, temperatures for food storage and preparation, some nutritional needs requirements, and also the requirement that special diets be provided for medical or religious reasons, as well as a requirement related to the provision of ice and drinking water. So again, it's a fairly lengthy section, but I think as you look through that, you can see some really basic things. Dairy products should be pasteurized, meat should be from government inspected sources, pretty basic kinds of things. Section 25, no.
Representative Carmichael with a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Who does the inspection of these facilities? Because I know there's some ag does some food safety inspections, ks.gov, I think in some circumstances, et cetera. Or does anybody inspect the food safety?
As part of our licensing activity, we would be doing that. And I want to ask my team I don't recall if we had anything in here with regard to other inspections. They would have to comply with any local requirements as well. But if I could ask my team if there's any other requirements.
And I'm thinking, Department of Agriculture inspects restaurants and the like,
sure.
and yet meanwhile in long-term care facilities, I think it's the ks.gov.
It's KDADS. It's KDADS for the long-term care facilities. So I
misspoke. I'm still in an old world. I'd call it SRS, Madam Secretary. But I'm just trying to make sure somebody is inspecting the food safety periodically.
Anything that you see here that would be part of a license requirement, we would review as we went in. We talked about inspections earlier, as we would go in and do those inspections of the facilities, anything that's part of the licensure.
And then that happens on some recurring basis as well?
Yes.
So if I find one of your inspectors in one of these facilities, they're going to have a food thermometer to make sure that the cold stuff is cold and the hot stuff is hot.
Yeah,
that's all I needed.
Pretty robust.
That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, proceed, please.
Thank you. I think 2652-25 related to transportation. It speaks to some of the criteria if the facility is providing their own transportation or if they're using a different entity to do that, what they have to do in case of an accident or injury, those kinds of documentation that need to be followed if they're transporting a patient. So, for example, things like the transporting vehicles have to have a first aid kit, individual seat belts, locked doors, those kinds of things. 2652-26 begins to get into patient rights, and this is called out very specifically within the body of the Crisis Intervention Act as well. So much of this is very much from the statute, but then it is delineated further. Again, standard kinds of rights available in state or federal law. The right to be free from various kinds of abuse. The right to be free from, undue influence or duress, again, freedom to participate in religious worship, reasonable accommodation for religious diets, freedom from discrimination. So again, just calling out those rights and the fact that each patient who's admitted has to be advised of those rights. And also for those patients involuntary admitted, they have to be advised of their right to contact their legal counsel, their legal guardian, their personal physician, their minister, their immediate family. So.
How are the sexes housed in these facilities? Are there separate rooms, separate wings? Tell us about that.
You know, each facility, Senator, thank you for that question, could look a little bit different. For example, as I alluded earlier, you know, some of the centers may be that 24-hour care of observation stabilization is the sort of thing that's done like in a recliner, and it could be in a large room where there are individuals of both sexes in those recliners. Most of the crisis stabilization centers that I've been in, you know, they're a mixed bag in terms of some have separate wings, some do not have separate wings, but of course they have staffing, you know, supervising those patients.
And this is an inpatient center where patients would be housed overnight?
This is a center where patients could be housed for up to 72 hours, correct? Correct.
And are they single room accommodations, or are there more than one person in a room for the overnight stay part?
Most would be single room accommodations for those parts that are rooms. What you also see in centers like this, for example, if you went to the Douglas County Crisis Center today, you would see a large room that had like 12 recliners in that room. And that's where those individuals were staying for that 24 hours, perhaps for detox, those sorts of things. And then they have a variety of rooms along the hallway. So,
And some of the patients sleep in a recliner overnight?
they do during that observation period. Yeah. That's pretty common in most of these kinds of facilities. Yeah.
And how many staff is observing how many patients overnight?
There are requirements for direct care, for the number of direct care staff to have to be there. I'd need to look back here and find that detail for you, or maybe my team can find it. Yeah, I think is it 1 to 8? I think it's 1 to 8 on the staffing side. Yeah.
Okay, because I'm just thinking of, you know, the safety of patients and, you know, all together and not in separate rooms for overnight, and different sexes and identities and things like that, that we're making sure that we have patient safety first.
Yeah, I think that's critical. We would agree with that, Senator. I think the model, again, that's often used in these kinds of crisis settings, particularly when you're talking about issues around detox or just stabilization, does tend to be in many cases, those individuals in a large room, but then some opportunities for those individual rooms as well. So.
And who decides whether you get an individual room or not?
Sandra, I think that would be based on as the person comes into the to the facility, as they're screened at admission, as they look at what their situation is. You know, you may have a person who is in active detox. You may have another person who's coming in based on various kinds of mental health needs that they have, and so it's really going to be based on those patient treatment needs and how they've designed and organized that particular crisis center. Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead and proceed.
Thank you. The next section that I think is an important part of the regulations and the statute, the statute, in looking at the rights of patients and protection of patients, talks very specifically, and the regulations do as well, about restraint and seclusion. And certainly the statute talks about restraint and seclusion not being used except for in very, very limited circumstances where it's been approved by a clinical director and it's being used only to prevent immediate substantial bodily harm. So again, this is a requirement that each facility implement those written policies and procedures that follow the limitations put in the Crisis Intervention Act to restrict the use of reclusion and restraint to very, very limited circumstances. It also specifies that when restraint is used, the time period that it could be used without medical evaluation, how often the patient needs to be monitored, no less than every 15 minutes, those sorts of things with regard to making sure that that those sorts of restraints aren't used, more than that they're used very infrequently. We're almost to the end here, Senator. The last few sections, 265228 has to do with notification and reporting requirements. Again, requiring the facilities to report certain kinds of adverse incidents, whether those involve a patient, a staff member, or a volunteer, and to have policies and procedures in place around that. Also requirements to notify Adult Protective Services to report suspected abuse, neglect, or exploitation. And then requirements to notify law enforcement when certain things happen. Again, suspected abuse, death of a patient, death of a staff member or volunteer while on duty, suspected sexual assault, any serious injury, obviously any kind of uprising, riot kinds of things, illegal acts that are committed, elopement, suicide attempts, those sorts of things. So again, they also then have to submit to us at KDAS what's called an adverse incident report using our electronic reporting system. So again, that calls out the criteria by which that would happen. Then 2652-29 is a requirement that each licensee have a written quality improvement program to provide for effective self-assessment and implementation of changes to improve care and services. So they would need to establish desired outcomes, identify any deviations to those. If they've had error reports or they've had findings from visits we've had, what steps they're going to take to make those improvements. If they had, for example, an infection outbreak, what would they do differently in the future? Those kinds of things. So an ongoing quality improvement process is called out there. Then section 30 speaks specifically to issues around discharge or transfer, the requirement to ensure that a discharge plan is developed, specific instructions for post-discharge, contact information related to other providers. So again, some details around patient discharge, when discharge can happen, when admission to a medical facility might be appropriate. And then section 31 relates to animals. So that there would have to be procedures related to any animals kept on the premise that might be used for therapeutic purposes and how they need to maintain those, how they need to be kept out of the food preparation area, records of vaccinations and things like that. And then the very last section, and these regulations kind of started at the beginning of someone going in, a facility opening. What the very last regulation relates to, 265232, is the issue of if a licensee closes a crisis intervention center, the 30-day notice they would provide, how they would provide for any patients that are still in the facility, or if they wanted to temporarily close and go to what's called a zero census, the time period during which they could operate with that and still maintain their license. So again, that speaks again to the closure of centers. So that's it, Senator. I know it's been a lot. I appreciate the patience of the committee.
Thank you. Well, you had a lot of regulations to present today, so thank you for your thorough presentation. Are there questions? Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously, elopement of a patient meant something completely different to me than what it means to you. So can you define elopement of a patient? It's number 9 from 265228.
So what this speaks about is if a patient has left the facility, run away from the facility, and so they're involuntarily committed there. They get out that front door and they start running away, those sorts of things. So a patient who is at the facility
Ditching.
involuntarily has what we call eloped from the facility. Yeah, and the law enforcement would be notified.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going back to 2652, 26, page 3. And this deals with patients' rights to send mail, which seems to be a little inappropriate in a 72-hour facility, just because but maybe that's fine. But then going on down, number 4 is the right to conjugal visits when adequate space is available in a 72-hour facility. That
Senator, my general counsel, Cheryl Deal, let me know that provision is actually in the Crisis Intervention Act itself in the statute. So.
And that's a federal statute, not a state.
No, within the state statute.
It's a state statute.
Which again, I'm sure took criteria from the sorts of things that one sees with regard to mental health or correctional facilities and various sorts of, rights or cases or things that have happened over the years. But I mean, all I would say is this is actually in the act. I don't know that we would have thought of that ourselves. So there you go.
What statute is that? Do you have a specific section? I'm just curious.
We could.
Hold on a second.
It's in the Crisis Intervention Act itself, so I think your staff could find it, or we could find the specific provision for you.
Very good. If the revisers don't have that right away.
Thank you.
Interesting.
I so appreciate that response, because I think sometimes we do just take a chunk of wording and move it in. And so that's helpful for you to let us know why it's there.
And it does, of course, say when adequate space is available. So on that provision. So yeah, exactly.
Interesting. Okay, any other questions? There was a question to Department of Corrections in another committee earlier this week about conjugal visits, and the question posed was, do they exist? And the answer was no, from our Department of Corrections. So interesting.
And I would expect that would be the case here as well, Senator. So yeah, once those facilities are operating.
Thank you.
So thank you, Senator.
And our reviser, very knowledgeable, has the answer to which statute is. So go ahead, Ms. Moyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did have an assist from other staff. It's 5929C12 in subsection A3. So it says that every patient in one of these crisis intervention centers has the following rights: conjugal visits if facilities are available for such visits.
So 59-29 lowercase c12 subsection A3. Thank you. Committee, any other questions for the secretary while she's still present? I'm not seeing any. Oh, we do have one. I apologize. Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My concern is how long it takes to get regulations out of all of KDHE, whatever department it is. And I know that there's a huge delay with the second part of child care facility regulations that is of deep concern to not just legislators, but it's of deep concern to organizations that provide child care. They would like to be able to see them before they go flying through. And I wondered how you would address that for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. That would be KDHE, though, not KDADS. So I know they're working. I know Secretary Stanek and her team are working hard on those childcare regulations, but that would not be within KDADS. So thank you.
And how long did these take to come out?
Too long. As I said, the statute passed in 2017. Very little work had started before I came into this role in 2019. As I said at the beginning, we spent quite a bit of time, conferring with other states, trying to understand what these centers needed to look like, talking to our community mental health centers who had existing crisis stabilization centers. We certainly wanted to make sure that they would be able to convert to CICs. And then we just went through a couple of different long rounds of regulations. It took us quite a bit of time to get them done. And then, unfortunately, about a year ago, the Attorney General, they'd been approved, the Department of Administration, the Attorney General's office rejected the entire set. And again, I'm not being critical. There were things about the organization, things about how the existing act was written with regard to whether or not we had certain authorities for certain regulations. They worked really hard with us for us to redo those, and my general counsel worked hard to get those back in place. But again, I certainly take full responsibility for those delays.
If I may, is there some way to improve upon that time frame, those time frames?
I would say for our agency, I think that's true. And I think we've learned from this process some things that will have processes look differently as we bring forth other sets to you. This has been, I think, a very important learning set for our legal staff and our program staff. And we certainly have put in place some different procedures to try to accelerate those pieces in the past. It shouldn't take this long from when a statute passed. And not that I would have expected this to happen in a year because it was very complicated. We needed to consult with other states and our providers, but obviously 5 or 6 years is way too long, especially when people are waiting for these.
And the last quick question is, how many people do you have still? How many people do you still have working remotely?
Thank you for the question, Representative. We've been functioning kind of as a hybrid agency. So most individuals working for KDADS are in the office some days a week, and then maybe virtual other days a week. So, it's kind of a split of 2 to 3 days, kind of depending on people's roles. So on any given day, as I said, you'll see. Some portion of the staff in the building. And again, we have particular telework agreements with individuals that kind of prescribe that. So again.
All right. Thank you so much.
While we still have you here, Madam Secretary, was your answer also answering because you're also the Secretary for Children and Families?
With regard to the teleworking?
Yes.
Yes. I mean, it looks a little bit differently with the Department for Children and Families in the sense that we have the regional offices. So we certainly need to have adequate staff on site to meet individuals coming in to get those services. So the number of days of remote work might look different for some of our staff. And of course, like take KDADS, for example. I mean, the largest cohort of our staff are our licensing staff. So they're out and about at facilities every day. It's really not even a relevant question as it relates to their work because they're out, doing the investigations of nursing facilities and the like. But for kind of our central office staff, I was kind of referring to that, 2 to 3 days in or out of the office. So thank you.
Thank you. Committee, any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you again, Madam Secretary, for being here and your thorough presentation to the committee. With that, committee, we don't have any more rules and regulations to hear, but we are going to turn to committee discussion and comments on proposed rules and regulations. So we're going to go through the list in order, and I'm going to ask, are there any comments suggested for our report? And the first, if you'll recall, is Office of the State Fire Marshal. We heard about fire drills, tornado drills, and crisis drills in public and private education institutions, construction requirements, and other things. So not hearing any request for comments. The Kansas Department of Health and Environment. Likewise, none. Yes, Senator Francisco. Department of Health and Environment was Water Pollution Control Revolving Fund.
I would just ask the department to look at 28-16-114 and consider whether they should separate the requirements for principal payments from.
Is there objection to the suggested comments in the report from the committee? I'm not seeing any objection, so we can add that comment. Thank you. Committee, next we have Kansas Department of Revenue regarding the registered mass appraiser, education, continuing education requirements, and case study requirements. Not seeing any comments. Board of Accountancy. Yes, Representative Carmichael.
We might want to extend our compliments to the retiring director on her future. We don't have to. It's just, if we clap for her, that may be good enough. Thank you.
If there's no objection, we can add a comment thanking the executive director for her 25 years of service. Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sorry, that's 28 years. 28 years. Thank you. And next, we have Behavioral Sciences Regulatory Board. Any suggested comments there? I'd like to suggest a comment that if new terms are going to be proposed in rules and regulations by BSRB, specifically biopsychosocial needs, that they be duly and appropriately defined. Is there any objection to that comment being included? Representative Wassinger, I think, has a comment about that.
I have no problem with it. I would also like to just maybe piggyback on saying defining more clearly synchronous learning so that if they mean, oh yeah, it's okay for everybody to be online, it needs to be specified as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Would there be objection from the committee about a comment regarding the requirement of assessing client substance use was specifically stricken from the regulations? Would there be any objection to commenting the committee's concerned that the requirement, the educational requirement of assessing client substance abuse has been removed from the proposed regulations? Any objection to that? I'm not seeing any objection, but maybe a comment from Representative Penn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would concur with that. Because we do so much business in the legislature dealing with substance abuse and mental health, and because the agency may be relied upon as a subject matter expert to guide our hand in some of the legislation that we propose, I would be comfortable seeing, as I mentioned during the presentation, uniformity of their language. Not only when it pertains to substance abuse, as it showed up in the reg proposal that they had it in one spot, they taken it out in another, but also to Chair Wassinger and yourself, the point of just going across the board, a uniformative language, if you will, across the agencies when it pertains to online ability. Everybody uses the same language, everybody has the same access, because it's not a matter of regulation or safety or anything like that. It's just a matter of, hey, do we have equal access to that across the board so that we can get the most people in to help out with the load? Thank you.
Thank you. Are you suggesting your comments be distilled into a comment to be included in the report?
Can be verbose, please distill.
Well, I wasn't going to distill, but if KLRD, Ms. Shelley, if you want to take a stab at that?
The committee encourages uniformity in language across agencies. Is this as simple as that?
Representative Penn, you want to clarify a little bit?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Jill. That's correct. Pertaining to substance abuse and online access for education.
And I think the term they were striking from the regulation was substance use. But we should have a consistent term, substance use and substance abuse, because not all substance use is abusive, I guess, right? Yeah, so some clarification. Unless substance is defined as illicit substances, but we're not even clear on that because we don't have definitions. Yes, well, Representative Carmichael.
Obviously, licit substances can be abused. One who purchases alcohol legally can still abuse it. But I'm just not sure, just to follow up with the representative, are you talking about between agencies, or are we talking about within the same agency and or both?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Great question. I would say and or both. There seems to be a lot of what we heard today as far as continuing education and how the ramifications are going to be for that. Just if one is going to say that you're going to come in and be able to do it online, continuing education, the vehicles by which they can deliver that, if there's the difference of terms, do they mean the same thing? Let's clarify that. I would like to see just uniform language across the statutes and in the regulations. That's what I was getting.
That's certainly a worthy goal. I think it may be a very difficult one, but what my emphasis would be within an agency's set of regulations, to the extent possible, it would be desirable to use uniform language and definitions to the extent possible. That's so I don't know. We don't have to put my comments in there, but I just want to make sure I understand what you're asking, and I appreciate your clarification, sir. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if it's all right with the committee and with Jill, I'll defer to Representative Carmichael. Thank you.
Yes, Senator Francisco.
I agree with the comments from Representative Carmichael, except for the last two words, if possible, because lots of things that are possible are not necessarily appropriate.
So could we have a distillation of the discussion from the KLRD, Ms. Shelley? And listen along, folks, and let us know if you have objection, please.
The committee encourages uniformity of language specific to substance abuse, substance use, and access to education, specifically online education, to the extent possible.
And we're talking about uniformity here because we also need clarity on that biopsychosocial piece, but we addressed that in a different comment, I think. So, yes, Senator Francisco.
That's a little different from what I heard, just because I thought we were looking for an agency to use consistent language within that agency to the extent it can be accomplished. But maybe that's a positive. I mean, that's just like possible. I'm trying to figure out how to say it.
If accomplished makes the committee more comfortable than possible, that's okay with me. What I wonder is possible, will we actually conclude before noon? And we might.
We're on track. Ms. Shelley, can you state one more time what the proposed comment is, and committee will raise their hand if they have any objection.
The committee encourages uniformity of language specific to substance abuse, substance use, and access to education within agency rules and regulations.
I would add for all terms we would request, which is I think what Representative Penn was getting to, but
I think we're wanting to call specific.
Yes. Yes, as a general proposition and specifically to those two. Three, yes, substance use, substance abuse, and synchronous learning. We would encourage uniformity.
Jill Shelley, KLRD again. You would encourage that perhaps as a general comment at the top of the report for all agencies to encourage uniformity in the language within their sets?
Representative
If
Carmichael.
we're using those words, we need to point it to the agency that we are concerned about. And maybe on some other day, we can incorporate that as a general proposition. But for today, I suggest we direct it there. But if we want to do it in both places, it's all good with me.
Well, Madam Chair, I concur with the good representative, but I would also state explicitly there that they need to add back in substance use. Because they did have it later on in the reg change. They had it in one spot, but they had crossed it out in another. I think the committee would like to see it in there all the way through.
Was that the subject of an earlier comment about substance use had been deleted? Yes. And I kind of like the suggestion, can we put uniformity of language use both at the top of our report and specifically to this board regarding those three terms? I think that would cover it for now. Okay, I don't see any objections. So moving on, Department for Children and Families. Any comments there? Yes, Senator Francisco.
Madam Chair, I think this was the section that talked about foster care. Is that right?
Juvenile Crisis Intervention Centers implementing the Family First Prevention Services Act and prevent sex trafficking and striking family. Family foster homes was part of this, yes.
Regarding family foster homes in 30-47-816 transportation, when they talk about the requirements of the Kansas Motor Vehicle Drivers License Act, they mention KSA 8-234. I would like to ask the agency to consider adding the reference to KSA 8-1344 with regard to requirements for child safety seats.
Any objection to the proposed comment? Not seeing any. Then moving on to our last topic is Kansas Department for, yes, Representative Penn.
Madam Chair, thank you for that. Before we move forward, I want to say her name was Ms. Keys. Is that right? That was.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. The question that I was asking her about illegal migrants being open to encapsulation with that DCF piece, I had asked her as well to send anything that she had concerning the regulation or the statute as far as the judge that encumbers a judge to make those determinations to the committee as well. So I would really like to see that so I can put it at ease some of the constituent questions I had.
Is there any objection to including that request in the report?
Just a brief.
Representative Carmichael.
Brief inquiry. Are you asking to the citation of the Child in Need of Care Act, or are you asking for a specific statute in response to a specific question?
What she communicated to me, sir, was that she would look and see what is it that governs a judge to make that determination as far as making a child in need of care pertaining to citizenship or not. So I'm an open book for it. I just want to see what it is so I can communicate effectively to her.
I think what you're looking for is that I think she indicated it applies to all children, not necessarily those who were born or legally immigrated to the United States.
Exactly, sir. And to include the age bracket 0 to 18 or 0 to 21, right. Those things.
Okay.
Is there any objection to the comment being included in the report? Not seeing any. So moving on to our last topic, Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to make a comment that it might be more appropriate to use the word and rather than or in KAR 2652-15 so that the patient's treatment plan is reviewed at least daily and also upon completion of the stated goals. It doesn't say each stated goal, so I don't think that would make it more onerous.
Thank you. Was there any objection to the comment? Not seeing. Yes, Senator Francisco.
An additional, I'm sorry, an additional, no. I had an additional comment, asking the agency to consider the requirements for tuberculosis tests for patients in KAR 26-5219. To consider including that rather than as a specific requirement as part of infection control 26-5222.
Committee, I'm sorry, are there any objections to the proposed comment? I'm not seeing any. Committee then, are there any further discussions or comments regarding the proposed rules and regulations? I'm not seeing any. Yes, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would appreciate a reference to the requirement in the act, the what is it? Crisis Intervention Center Act, that the legislature might be might consider reviewing the the statement of patient rights within that act.
Any objections to the comment? Not seeing any. And maybe an overall comment that Representative Wassinger had made, that maybe some improvement in the process of the timeliness of bringing proposed regulations forward. If there's any objection to that comment being included. I'm not seeing any. So, well then, committee, we did have a lot of substantive regulations to go through today. We kept on track and with lots of thorough questions and pretty much on time. It's 12:04, so we're slightly over time, but some good discussion. Representative Carmichael.
Madam Chair, I want to extend my sincere appreciation to the chair as well as the staff and the members. I am amazed that we were able to go through this in a professional fashion, and my hat's off to everyone. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that, and appreciate the committee staff as well, to our conferees and everyone keeping us on track for this very substantive filled discussion today. A lot of substance here. So with that, thank you all, and want to give you a heads up. We will need to meet again no later than April 8th. So hopefully we will keep it short and we can do it over a lunch hour. So not next week. No, ma'am. So, but thank you all and have a good weekend. Thank you to all following along online.